Heidi.
At this time, we ask you to please direct your attention to the field near home plate and welcome head softball coach Julia Claire Plesbert as we recognize the seniors in the Goshen College class of 2021. The four seniors in the class of 2021 have helped the Maple Leafs to 62 wins and two ties in the last four seasons. That is the most wins of any graduating class since 2003. Even though this isn't finished and most of last season was canceled, the group has played in more than 420 games, will take more than 1,000 career at bats, and pitch more than 200 innings. Most importantly, however, they will leave Goshen having laid the building blocks for their own future careers as well as the upcoming seasons of Maple Leaf softball. Our program owes a part of its bright future to this group's effort, knowledge, and leadership. Let's meet the seniors in the class of 2021. Starting today with number 2, Cassandra Espinoza. She is a senior from Sylmar, California. She is being escorted by her teammate, Jessica Bachtel, and her boyfriend, Blank. Her, her boyfriend, who we are also welcoming. Cass is the daughter of Ivan and Elizabeth Espinoza and a nursing major. Last season, she was one of 3 players to start every game. She graduates with a career batting average of 224 and a fielding percentage of 948. Let's hear some of Cassandra's reflections on her softball career.
I would like to thank all those who made my time here at Goshen College special. Thank you to my mom and dad for giving me this opportunity and supporting me in everything I do. Thank you to my brother for comforting me when I get homesick. Thank you to Jess for always studying with me and making me cookies whether I failed or passed an exam, and for being the sunshine in my life. I love you and I don't know what I would have done without you. Thank you to my boyfriend Albert for never letting me give up and always reminding me that I'll make a great nurse. Lastly, thank you to all my teammates and coaches throughout my softball career. I'm very grateful for meeting each and every one of you.
One more round of applause. Thank you, Cassandra Espinoza. Next up is number 4, Rihanna Catellas, who is a senior from Wixom, Michigan. She's being escorted by her parents, Salvador and Fiona Catellas. Ree is an education major with a minor in teaching English to speakers of other languages. She will graduate as Goshen's all-time record holder in triples and home runs and has many other appearances in the record books. You can look on DAC stats to find all of those because they will change as the season finishes. She's a 348 career hitter and a 966 career fielder. Let's hear Rihanna's reflections on her softball career.
I truly can't believe 4 years has gone so fast. Playing college softball was something I dreamed about since I was 10 years old, and now it's quickly coming to an end. I think we've all felt how COVID 19 has affected our lives, but I sure thank it for one thing, putting it all in perspective. At any moment, it can be taken away, an injury or a gosh darn worldwide pandemic. For that, I've learned to appreciate every moment, every practice, every game, every at bat, and every pitch as if it was my last. I want to thank all the people who have made it possible for me to be here today. Coach K, you believed in the talents I had and saw potential in the player I could become. I will forever be grateful for you and the opportunity you provided me here at Goshen College. To my parents, you have been my backbone and biggest support. Thank you for the countless hours of driving we did to watch our games and for all the meals you cooked our team. You really are the cool parents in the crowd, even when you were the only ones in it. Thank you for answering all the FaceTime calls when I just needed a sense of home or an opportunity to tell you ridiculous stories of my day. The sacrifices you have made in order for me to get a quality college education is something I will never be able to repay you for. I've always wanted to make you proud, and I hope you stand here today feeling that. Nana, I thank you for every email or phone call that you made that turned my darkest days bright again. You observed my smallest actions during games that often go unnoticed and affirmed them. Thank you for being the positive light in my life. Marley, you never fail to hype me up and put the biggest smile on my face. Thank you for each and every game you suffered through the cold weather. To my family, I love you with all my heart. Love your little Riri. To my roommate Allie, you listened to me vent and vent and vent. You were there every day after practice, waiting to listen. Thank you for the support you have provided not only to me, but the entire team. You really are the bestest friend I could have ever asked for. Captain Ray, we did it. Can you believe it? What a journey we've been on to get here today. A class starting with 7 freshmen, 9 coaches later, a shortened season, and we made it. I don't know what a Goshen College softball team looks like without you, and I sure don't know what that will feel like next year. To Cass, we started as the two freshman catchers leading a team and upperclassmen pitching staff. We were thrown in the deep end, but here we are today. It's funny to think about how our relationship has developed over the last 4 years. From someone I once didn't understand to now someone I consider a good friend. I can't wait to see you thrive out in the real world. Talk to you in 5 years. To my Punchy, I couldn't be more proud of the pitcher, player, and person you've become these last 4 years. It's been a true honor to see the growth you've made as a pitcher and to catch for you the last 4 years. The gains you have made in your personal life has been inspiring to me and to those surrounding you. I can't wait to see how many more lives you impact in your future. To my forever Dulce, Candy, and Punchy, I love you. Stacy, you were the perfect addition to our class just 2 short years ago. By your actions alone, you have displayed what a truly good teammate should embody. You displayed extreme acts of selflessness, and good leadership. To my teammates listening, take note. She's a good one. Thank you for being someone I can always trust and have my back. I can't wait to see where this world takes you, Stacy. To my past Goshen teammates, you have impacted my life in ways that are truly indescribable. You taught me how to be strong, confident, and true to myself. You taught me how to lead and how to be a good teammate. To my professors, Kathy and Brooke, your support outside the classroom means so much to me. Thank you for stopping by our games after work. You display the true meaning of building relationships with students outside the classroom. To all the fans and families that have supported us this season, there is nothing better than hearing the crowd roar as we make a great catch, clutch hit, or good play. You pick us up when we are down and always have a smiling face to greet us after each game. Thank you. To Erica and Emily, our trainers, thank you for the countless hours of time you put into preparing our bodies for competition. You work a very thankless job, and I know we as athletes don't say it enough, but thank you. Tony, your job might be the thankless of them all. Your commitment to Goshen College athletics is something to be signed on. You never fail to make an athlete feel recognized in your incredible post-game articles and your extremely talented game day broadcasts. Coach Ryan, I have to thank you for helping me fall back in love with the sport of softball. You've kick-started a true passion in me to look at the game in a new perspective. Coach P, I must thank you for all the conversations we've had that have pushed me, challenged me, and inspired me to be the best person and teammate I can possibly be. Thank you for your commitment to making each of us a better person outside the game. Thank you both for every pointer, conversation, and criticism you've provided me. Thank you for the countless hours you dedicated to GT softball and improving yourselves as coaches. Lastly, thank you for making it possible for me to continue my time here at Goshen College. Finally, to my current teammates, you have made the most significant impact on my time here. You make me excited to come to practice each and every day. The grit and desire to improve is something I admire about each one of you. Don't ever lose that desire. The energy and life that you spark inside of me is something that I haven't felt since being a young girl playing this sport. I can't wait to play one more year with you all. Bring on year number 5.
Yes, she is. She's using her year. because technically this is her senior year. Oh, that's me. Next, we have number 28, Reina Moraga. Reina is a senior from San Diego, California. She's being escorted by 3 of her teammates, Olivia Gibson, Bella Eros, and Edith Vega. She's the daughter of Rendy and Robert Moraga and graduated last weekend with a degree in exercise science. She's played in 76 career games and pitched in 64 of those, throwing more than 200 innings with exactly 100 strikeouts. Her career earned run average is 7.26 and her batting average at the plate is 279. Let's hear Reina's reflections on college softball.
Hello, my beautiful people. Ooh, I honestly can't believe my time here with y'all is coming to an end. I remember my freshman year like it was yesterday, and now it's almost time for me to head out into what we call the real world. I'll try to make this quick because I know I can ramble a lot, but I want to say thank you to everyone that I've met along the way that has helped shape me to be the person I am today. Thank you to my professors, family, and friends for always pushing me to be my best. Thank you to our trainers, Erica and Emily, for taking care of my ridiculous or serious injuries, and to the many coaches that I've had just within my freshman and sophomore year here at Goshen. But thank you to Coach P and Coach Ryan for actually staying and putting up with our crazy team shenanigans. Thank you to the people on this team for making my last year at Goshen one to remember, because every single one of you has made a major impact on my personal life. Shout out to my big balls, Edith, Ruby, and Bella. You already know the deal. I love you guys to the moon and back. I do want to give a really special thank you because this girl knows I wasn't the brightest when I first started out here, and she is the one person that I know deep down has seen me truly grow into a positive and uplifting person for myself and others these last couple of years. So thank you, White Chocolate. I also could talk forever about how amazing every single one of you are, but I'll leave you all with something I wish someone would have told me coming in as a freshman. Always work on being a better you, mentally and physically, for yourself. I know this is something that we should all be doing, but seriously take the time to learn who you truly are. Find out what truly makes you happy, angry, nervous, sad, and many more, because at the end of the day, you only have yourself. You don't need to please everyone that you're around, because I'd rather you be happy with your own company and happy with your own opinions than spending 24/7 trying to make somebody else like you for someone you don't feel you truly are. Remember, good vibes, make good times, my friends. Shout over.
Last but not least, number 9, Stacy Landry. Stacy is a senior from Lafayette, Louisiana, who joined the Maple Leafs last season after playing 2 years at Bossier Parish Community College. She's escorted by her teammate, Jessica Bachtel. Stacy's the daughter of Glenn and Lisa Landry, and she majored in biology with hopes of going to veterinary school. Despite losing most of her junior season to the COVID-19 pandemic, she has played in 60 games and hit .262 with 17 runs batted in. Let's hear Stacy's reflections on her time at Goshen.
Hey y'all, I can't believe this is actually the end of one of the most important things in my life. All of my teams have become my family, and Goshen is no different. I've only been here for 2 years, but this team will be in my heart always. Thank you to Coach P and Coach Ryan for allowing me the opportunity to have such great people in my life. To Jessica and Reed, I will continue to reject y'all's affection, but I guess I kind of love y'all. And Cass, I know you said no, but I kind of love you too, bro. And lastly, I want to leave the team with this.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear one last round of applause for the Goshen College softball senior class of 2021. Thank you, ladies. Okay, that part is over.
You can have your aux cord back. That was senior day for the Goshen College softball class of 2021 here at the John Ingold Athletic Complex. We're in a not so much a weather delay or a rain delay anymore, but it rained all over the field delay, and they've got to get it ready and get the turfus in. And also, we have to get Senior Day festivities over because they're taking pictures of the class of 2021 over in front of the dugout right now. But we'll be back in about 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, something like that. Stay tuned to Twitter and YouTube, and we'll have the U.S. Highway 20 Cup softball doubleheader between Bethel and Goshen coming up here later this afternoon on Go Leafs Live.
Good afternoon and welcome to the John Ingold Athletic Complex on the campus of Goshen College for today's softball doubleheader in the U.S. Highway 20 Cup between the Pilots of Bethel University and your Goshen College Maple Leafs. As participants in the NAI's Champions of Character Initiative, we ask each of you to help create a positive, competitive environment by showing respect for one another. On behalf of the Crossroads League, Goshen College, and Bethel University, please enjoy today's game. Before we begin, we'd like to remind you that a restroom facility is available behind home plate. Please do not re-enter the Rec Fitness Center, which is closed to the public. Programs and scorecards can be found in the literature receptacle located on the south side of the press box. Now, have your pencil and scoreboard ready. We'll give you the correct lineups for today's game. And starting with the Bethel University Pilots. Batting first, the second baseman, number 7, Quinn Slotman. Batting second, the center fielder, number 9, Mari Younger. Batting third, the shortstop, number 28, Yadi Gomez. Batting fourth, the catcher, number 11, Karis Brewer. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 6, Shelby Prowse. Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 15, Haley Raganesi. Batting seventh, the designated player, 0, Emily Pugh. Batting eighth, the right fielder, number 24, Morgan Bales. And batting ninth, the left fielder, number 2, Josie Raymer. In your flex position and pitching today is number 27, Chloe DeYoung. And now for your Goshen College Maple Leafs. Batting first, the center fielder, number 34, Edith Vega. Batting second and catching, number 15, Ashley Glazer. Didn't mean to scare everyone. Batting third, the designated player, number 4, Ree Catellis. Batting fourth, playing first, number 11, Allison Catenacci. Batting fifth, the third baseman, number 9, Stacy Landry. Batting sixth, the left fielder, number 20, Ellie Van Herty. Batting seventh, the second baseman, number 24, Miranda Hippolito. Batting eighth, the right fielder, number 2, Cassandra Espinoza. And in the 9th spot is the flex, is the shortstop. Oh, batting ninth, batting ninth, the shortstop is Jolie Gronebelt. And in your flex position and pitching today is number 28, Raina Moraga. Bethel is coached by Scott Reese. And Bethel is coached by Scott Reese, assisted by Ingrid Reese, Maddie Schmidt, and Marla Peak. And now, the Goshen College Maple Leafs are coached by Julia Claire Plesbert and also assisted by Ryan Yoakum. Good luck to both teams, and now let's play ball.
Goshen College softball is on the air from the John Ingold Athletic Complex on the campus of Goshen College in Goshen, Indiana. It's the Bethel University Pilots with a 15-36 record, 8-24 in the Crossroads League, taking on the Goshen College Maple Leafs in the U.S. Highway 20 Cup. Goshen is 17-29 overall, 7-23 in CL competition. We're going to get underway about 53 minutes late after a weather delay and some getting the field to dry out delay. Several bags of turfus coming in here and ending up spread all out over the field as Quinn Slotman takes a strike from Reina Moraga, and we are underway at 3:53 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's 8 versus 9 in the conference standings. Both of these teams play tomorrow, so nothing can be clinched today. But whoever comes out of this series victorious is pulling ahead in the race for the final spot in next week's Crossroads League tournament at Indiana Wesleyan and at Taylor. 0-2 the count on Slotman. We'll take a look at the lineups here as players come to the plate, but the 0-2 pitch swung on and lined out into right center field, and that is not how Goshen wanted to start this contest, as it short hops off the fence that holds the John Ingold Athletic Complex together, and Slotman has gone yard for a leadoff homer. Bethel takes a 1-0 lead. So I'm going to bring Mari Younger to the plate for Goshen, or for Bethel, I should say. And on a percentage basis, there are very few people the Maple Leafs would rather be would less rather be facing here, as she's hitting .445 on the season, 3 doubles and a triple, but hasn't homered yet. Just 7 RBIs from the top of the lineup, as Moraga toes the rubber slab in the pitching circle and comes home with the first pitch, and this is swung on and line past Landry and into left field. So an inauspicious beginning continues for the Maple Leafs, as Bethel's got 2 hits out of the first 4 pitches. But that will bring Gomez up to the plate. Yadi Gomez, the catcher for Bethel, in the 3 spot. Then they've got Karis Brewer, Shelby Prose, and Haley Raganisi in the middle third of the lineup. Mallory Pugh as the DP, then the right fielder Morgan Bales and the left fielder Josie Raymer round out the lineup for BU. Goshen's got Ellie Van Herdy, Edith Vega, and Cassandra Espinoza from left to right. Landry and Groneveld on the left side of the infield. Hippolito and Catenacci in the right side. Glazer behind the plate, Moraga in the circle, and she misses high with the first pitch as the count goes 1-0. BU with a homer and a single on the first 4 pitches of the ball game, lead 1-0 here at the Ingold Athletic Complex. But we've got 14 innings of softball to play today. I mean, extra innings or run rule not getting, if they don't get involved. Also, just because we're starting a little bit late, we are that much more likely to run into the natural end of play that is kind of built in with the facility not having lights. But it looks like the sun's trying to poke its way out of an overcast blanket here, as the 2-0 misses up high, ball 3. Here's the 4th pitch of the at-bat on the way, and that one's going to miss inside, and Gomez is on, and the Maple Leafs, just as they did on Tuesday, got themselves in trouble in the first inning. Huntington put up a 5 spot there, but I suppose it's still better than what Grace did at Taylor yesterday, where they came up in the 4th inning, sent 19 batters to the plate, and scored 14 runs. I watched a little bit of that on the Lancers live stream, and that was getting a little bit excessive by the end. Grace would go on to win, or Taylor would go on to win that game 18-1, and they are probably going to finish 4th, I'll say, in the Crossroads League standings, but just about everybody's got 4 games to play here the rest of the way. These two teams meeting on Thursday because Bethel graduates on Saturday, and going to your own graduation probably a little more important than playing softball, as Brewer takes up high for ball 1. Moraga has missed on the last 5 pitches after starting the game with 4 strikes, as Moraga celebrating her senior day here in the final guaranteed home game, I'll say, at the Ingold Athletic Complex. There's a possibility that Goshen would play Grace on Monday, if that would make a difference in the conference standings. But Moraga's making her 11th start of the season. She's 3-9 with an ERA just under 6. The 2-0 pitch paints the inside corner, and it's 2 balls and a strike. We'll take a run through Goshen's offensive lineup, their batting order. That's what I was going for here in between innings. Got the Bethel lineup in the Goshen defensive arrangement, as they're going to say that Brewer did not hold up on the bunt attempt, so it's strike two. And once again, Moraga is a pitch away from a strikeout here with nobody out in the top of the first. Here's the delivery and a ground ball up the middle. It's taken by Groneveld. She's going to step on short. The throw to first. As I'm a little surprised that we didn't see the runner depart from third base as Younger ends up with runners on the corners. It's a fielder's choice to the shortstop. As Brewer's safe at first, there we go. The ground ball over to short took a little bit more time to field to detour over to the bag. As here's a ground ball to third that's going to get through Landry. The throw to the plate beat the runner, but it was a tag play, and Younger comes home to score. It'll be as Bethel takes a 2-0 lead. And Brewer moves up to second. So scored a fielder's choice as Younger safe at the plate. Brewer moves up to second, and Raganisi comes to the plate. Haley, a sophomore from Indianapolis, Indiana, and Lawrence Central High School, comes to the plate. The Pilots really trying to break this ball game open. As if she can keep the inning going, Pugh and Bales would follow. The 1-0 pitch is way too high, caught off the top of the pad behind home plate, and the runners are going to move up 60 feet after the wild pitch, which was very wild. So that leaves runners on second and third, 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out in the top of the first. Bethel has scored twice on 2 hits and that fielder's choice. Moraga back in the circle in an early spot of trouble after being the pitcher the Maple Leafs used to get out of the trouble at Spring Arbor over the weekend. Now the count runs to 3-0. But, of course, being the top of the first, Goshen's offense hasn't even had time to come to the plate yet. Here's a 3-0 pitch. That's a strike across the inside half, 3-1. This is the only game going on in the conference today, so there will be no scoreboard updates. But Raganisi's hitting .275 with 6 doubles and 9 home runs, which is kind of a scoreboard update. And the Maple Leafs thought the 3-1 pitch caught the corner. The home plate umpire didn't, and the bases are loaded as Pugh will come to the plate. Emmy Pugh, the sophomore, is listed as a pitcher, third baseman, and outfielder. She is the DP today for the Pilots. Out of Cambridge City, Indiana, and Cambridge City Lincoln High School. The 1-0 or the first pitch misses up high to Pugh, and the count runs to 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, a strike over the inside corner. The base is loaded, 1 away in the top of inning number 1. The score 2-0, and eventually we'll get the score and the inning straightened out. Here's the 1-1 pitch, which is swung on and hit into center field. Coming in is Vega. She's going to make the catch. The throw into the infield will hold the base runners. The thing about the bases being loaded is you can't run unless the runner in front of you does. And there are 2 outs in the inning as Bethel sends its 8th batter of the frame to the plate, and Morgan Bales, one of, I think, 9 seniors on this BU squad, will come in and try to keep the inning going. Here's the first pitch, swung on and grounded up the middle. Groneveld's got it. Throw over to first, ends the inning, but Bethel scores twice on a pair of hits. So it's 2 runs on 2 hits, and the Pilots leave the maximum at the end of half an inning. Bethel 2, Goshen coming up on Go Leafs Live. Back at the John Ingold Athletic Complex for the bottom of the first inning, Bethel 2, Goshen nothing. U.S. Highway 20 Cup Rivalry Series action that doubles as critical Crossroads League push for the playoffs. And it'll be Edith Vega, Ashley Glazer, and Rihanna Catellis due up for the Maple Leafs in the bottom of the first inning. Vega, the center fielder, steps into the left-handed batter's box as she will take Chloe DeYoung, the sophomore out of Michigan, who gets the pitching duties today for Bethel and misses with the first pitch, low and outside. Vega's been hitting in the leadoff spot for most of the season. She's batting at .235 this year, 27 for 115, 8 extra base hits, and the second pitch from DeYoung runs across the outside corner for strike one. For Goshen, Edith Vega, Ashley Glazer, Rihanna Catellis in the top third of the lineup. Then Allison Catenacci, Stacy Landry, and Ellie Van Herty, 4 through 6. The 1-1 pitch misses up high, ball 2. Miranda Hippolito in the 7-hole, Cassandra Espinoza in the 8-hole, and Jolie Croneveld at short. The fourth pitch of the at-bat on the way to Vegas, swung on and lined over into left field, but not, too far left, and it's over in the Maple Leaf bullpen in foul territory in the count 2-2. Bethel with Raymer, Younger, and Bales left to right, Raganisi and Gomez on the left side of the infield, Slatman and Prose on the right side. The 2-2 pitch misses up high, and the count runs full. Brewers behind the plate, and DeYoung, who is listed as a sophomore, but this is a little bit of a weird year because, last year was a very weird year, and DeYoung is 3-14. She's made 19 starts for the Pilots. As the 3-2 pitch comes across the letters, Vega thought she had a walk. The umpire disagrees. It's a backward K to start the first inning for the Maple Leafs as Vega goes down looking. That brings Ashley Glazer, the catcher, to the plate for the Maple Leafs as Glazer comes in hitting .242. She swings the first pitch and pops it up to the left side of the infield. Coming in to make the catch is Gomez, and there are quickly 2 away here in the bottom of the first. So Rihanna Catellis comes to the plate for the Maple Leafs as the thing from the senior day read is that Catellis is in literally every top 10 in Goshen College softball history. She's lowest in batting average, where she's 10th in program history, and 1-0 is the count to Catellis as the first pitch misses outside. She's, I think, a .346 hitter for her career, .390 on the season, 5 triples and 4 homers. And the second pitch to Catellis misses low, ball 2. If Catellis keeps the line moving, Catenacci would follow, then Landry. Here's the 2-0 pitch, which is also low, ball 3. And you definitely see they're not, the thing about being a senior in this league is there aren't a lot of secrets when you play everybody 4 times a year. So they've got a pretty decent grasp of the fact that you don't want to give Catellis something to hit, or it's going to get hit hard somewhere behind you. And she takes ball 4 outside. What I'm saying is it wouldn't surprise me if we see a lot of painting the corners for the Maple Leaf senior DP. That's going to bring Catenacci to the plate with as the tying run here in the bottom of the first. Allison batting .293 with 7 doubles and 5 homers. And she swings the first pitch and grounds it fair past the third base bag. Catellis is going to round second and hold up there as Raymer gets the ball in quickly. And Landry comes to the plate as the go-ahead run for the Maple Leafs. Landry, a .255 hitter this year, 24 for 94, 4 doubles and a homer, and that homer came, I think, last weekend at Spring Arbor. The Louisiana product came to Goshen to study biology and get into veterinary school. I say that as we had a 53-minute weather delay before the game started because she pretty clearly did not come from Louisiana to Goshen for the weather. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, and Landry swings and flares this one over into right field. Coming in and making the catch was Bales. That held up a little bit more than I thought it was, because that looked off the bat like a pretty decent flare down the line for maybe letting the runner score from second. Instead, Goshen gets a hit and a walk and leaves a pair. We go to the second. Pilots 2, Maple Leafs nothing on Go Leafs Live. Nine 1-2 due up for Bethel University here in the top of the second. Pilots holding a 2-0 lead over the Maple Leafs of Goshen College as Josie Raymer will step in to finish off the first trip through the batting order. Bethel left the maximum in the first inning, so they sent 8 batters to the plate and only scored twice. But Raymer will step in here and face Raina Moraga and try to extend this 2-0 lead in the second inning as the first pitch bounces in for ball 1. Let's look at the batting stats. Those are going to be more useful. Raymer, a 157 hitter. She's 8 for 51 on the season. And Moraga comes home with the 1-0 pitch, and that was low ball 2. After Raymer, the lineup flips over, and it'll be Slotman and Younger to the plate for Bethel. And the 2-0 pitch is also on the low side, ball 3. Neither one of these teams will say, the challenge a lot of times when you're toward the bottom of the conference is getting other teams' batters out consistently, and both of these teams would qualify as toward the bottom of the conference. That's why they're battling for, to get into next week's conference tournament as opposed to being in it and working on position. Raymer draws a walk, so it's a leadoff walk, and not just a leadoff walk, but a leadoff walk to the number 9 hitter, as Slotman, who homered back up the middle last time, will come to the plate. The second baseman, 1 for 1 today with a homer and a run batted in. It occurs to me that I can come in here and this game is no longer delayed. We can switch that status on the live stats if you're following along. As the first pitch from Moraga to Slotman is a strike over the inside part of the plate. I don't think we got to talk about stats the last time Slotman was up because she hit the ball a long way pretty quickly, but 13 doubles, 2 triples, and 6 home runs to go with 20 RBIs on the season. She's a .313 hitter, and that one is low, and the throw to second base will allow Groneveld to put the tag on the runner for the first out of the inning. One and one the count, 1 away here in the second inning. And Slotman back to batting with nobody on base. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that was low and inside. It'll go all the way to the backstop.
I wonder why she didn't start Reed. Reed is starting. She's in the DP spot. Oh, no.
Two and one the count on Slotman here. Younger would follow. In the 2 hole, she leads the team in batting average, so certainly there would be a desire to keep the bases empty for that batter. And the count runs to 3-1 here. Goshen will send the bottom half of its order up 6, 7, and 8 in the bottom of the second inning, but we are only in the second inning. If you're just joining us, we got started most of an hour late, so still plenty of time for twists and turns in today's CL doubleheader. As we're going to get time called by the plate umpire, and head coach Julia Claire Plesbert is coming out with her lineup card in hand to have a discussion with the home plate umpire, and that usually means somebody is about to get subbed. So the infield stands around the pitching circle, and Plesbert gestures at the lineup card. She's actually gesturing at the umpire's lineup card right now. You may be able to see hers in her right hand behind her back. And we are going to get a pitching change for the Maple Leafs as Bernadette Quintero comes in to the pitching circle.
27 for 9, we got it.
So it's a double switch, I suppose you'd say, although it's not a double switch in the traditional sense, because one of those spots is the DH and usually, or the DP, and in baseball, where the double switch term comes from, you can't double switch involving the designated hitter. But Quintero will go in the 5 hole, replacing Landry, but will pitch replacing Moraga. So Gibson goes in Moraga's spot in the flex position, and she will play third base. As one of the balls got away from the catcher here, so the shortstop Jolie Groneveld's going to come in and chase it. Playing softball, a little bit like having a puppy in that you do occasionally have to go play fetch with softball. Quintero on the season, making her 5th relief appearance. She is 1-3 with an ERA of 5.46. She's gone the distance. You can't do that in relief, obviously, but she has struck out 13 batters, allowed 26 earned runs in 33 innings. That's an ERA, just said, of 5.46. And Quintero will get younger she won't get younger. None of us get to do that except for Benjamin Button, but younger will be the first batter that she faces here in the bottom of the second. Bethel leading by 2, runner on first and 1 away, as Moraga got the start on senior day, and it did not go as planned.
Number 9, Mari Younger.
Younger, the left-handed batter, singled to left her first time up. Came in to score after some fielder's choices and fun, and she drops a bunt that rolls foul off the left-handed batter, or the right-handed batter's box. And counted runs to 0-1. Younger, 445 on the season. Here's the 0-1 pitch, which is fouled back off the catcher, and it runs to 0-2. Bethel comes into this leading the Maple Leafs in the conference standings. BU is 8-24, Goshen is 7-23. But if you're adding those numbers up, you can tell the Maple Leafs have 2 extra games left as they play Thursday, Friday, and Monday, while Bethel's season is over after tomorrow. So if somebody sweeps this doubleheader, they're very much in the driver's seat, because one of these 2 schools is probably going to next week's conference tournament unless they get caught by grace. Count as 1-2. As the 0-2 pitch to Younger missed outside. If these teams split, I think the ball's in Goshen's court just in terms of playing St. Francis and Grace the rest of the way, while the Pilots are playing Taylor, as a ground ball over to third is going to yield. I think we're going to go with a single and a throwing error. Slotman takes an extra base on that heave that ended up over by the tarp cylinder, and there are runners on the corners with 1 away. So Gibson gets tested right off the bat in the game. Right off the bat, the ball hit the bat and rolled over to her. I wasn't even trying to do that, and we got a bad dad joke on the air, which is saying something, because, most of the stupid things I say on here are planned. If you were with us on Tuesday, you know that we proposed changing the name of an Indiana high school so that Avon, instead of the Orioles, could be the Avon Products, but nobody else thought that was a good idea. I know it wasn't funny. That's why I keep saying it. The first pitch to Gomez is a ball, and Younger sees that they're not going to throw through on the stolen base attempt, so she takes second. 2 runners in scoring position, 1 out, and the pitch misses up high, ball 2. thing with trailing by 2 is, you're down 2-0. You feel like you can come back. But, a double here could score a couple of runs, and you're down by 4, and that is, well, the elementary math is it's bigger than 2, just in terms of how close you feel like you are, how much effort you feel like is going to be required to come back. But the Maple Leafs, they haven't even gotten all the way through their batting order yet. You'd hope that the good things are still to come for GC this afternoon. The 3-0 pitch is on the way. That one catches the corner, but they're still behind in the count, 3-1. As Bethel's gotten 3 hits and 3 hits, a walk, a fielder's choice, a fielding error. You name it, it's kind of gone wrong for the Maple Leafs here in the first couple innings. Count runs full as the 3-1 to Gomez hits the inside corner. The other thing that Younger's stolen base top of this at bat did is it takes the force play off. So it's going to be very hard to turn 2 here as Gomez fouled off the rise ball and may have injured herself. As I'm not sure, did it hit her hand or did she hurt herself lunging forward for it? But we'll have a stoppage in play here to attend to the injured player. Yeah, okay, that's her hand. That's there. Attending. But again, both of these teams play tomorrow. Bethel is at Taylor, which, given what Taylor did to Grace yesterday, would not be an opponent I want to face at this point of the season. Goshen goes to St. Francis, and then on Monday, if it's needed, the Maple Leafs would host the Lancers at the Ingold Athletic Complex in a makeup game that would, potentially be a win and you're in, lose and you're not kind of situation. But both of these teams would like to get some wins today just to rack those up and get them in the standings before. Once you win the game, they can't take it away from you. Unless you forfeit because you used an ineligible player or something. But that doesn't happen real often. Anyway, Gomez is back in the box. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and fouled off, and we'll do it again. Two to nothing Bethel. We're in the top of the second of Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Played about half an hour here after a weather delay getting started, and here's a swing and a line drive out into center field. Vega's got it, and the throw to back into the infield is cut off by Hippolito at second, so it's a sacrifice fly. Slotman comes in to score. Younger goes to third, and Bethel takes a 3-0 lead. That'll bring Karis Brewer to the plate, the senior from Shipshewana, Indiana, and Westview High School. I thought that name sounded familiar, and it's about half an hour from here over to Westview as the 1-0 pitch, or the first pitch misses low to go 1-0. As the first pitch is swung on, the 1-0 I should say is swung on, hit the batter, and so it's foul, 1-1. Bethel's got an insurance run on third, but the Maple Leafs have 2 outs, and the count is a ball and a strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That one misses inside, 2-1. Now the fourth pitch of the at-bat is, that looked good, but from up here we're offset up the third baseline, so it's hard to judge the inside and outside, and that's where that pitch missed. 3-1, the count to Brewer. Two away, 1 on, and the 3-1 grounded back up the middle as the throw is going to come to the plate, and Glazer tags out Younger. With 2 outs, I'm honestly not sure why she didn't throw to first base, but it doesn't make a difference. The inning is over either way. For Bethel, 1 run on 1 hit. We go to the middle of the second. It's BU 3, Goshen 0 on Go Leafs Live. Ellie Van Herty will lead things off for the Maple Leafs as we go to the bottom of the second inning. It's Van Herty, Hippolito, and Espinoza to bat for the Maple Leafs as the Young is out there for her second inning of work for the Pilots. And Van Herty will step into the right-handed batter's box.
Batting now, number 20, Ellie Van Hardy.
And Young comes set in the first pitch, misses up high. Van Herty, like I said, in the sixth hole for the Maple Leafs, comes in batting at .250 on the year, 13 for 52, so right at 1 out of every 4 at bats. Swings at the second pitch here, pops it up behind the shortstop spot. Gomez moves over to her left and reels it in for the first out of the inning. And that's going to bring Hippolito to the plate for Goshen. Hippolito, a .307 hitter, 23 for 75. And the first pitch she faces from DeYoung is well high, ball 1. The 1-0 coming here. Swung on, hit out into right field. Backing up is Ball. She tripped and went down, but I'm not sure it made a difference as Hippolito's going to round second and head for third, and she slides in safely on a triple from into the right field corner. As that extends Goshen's all-time program record for triples in a season by the team. I think they had... trying to read my record sheet upside down, which I don't recommend if you ever get into game prep, but it's Goshen's 14th triple of the year. Their previous record was 12. As we're going to get... the plate umpire is kicking at the sod in the lane over to the Bethel dugout, and the base umpire had to change positions because there's a runner on third base. Fun with umpire mechanics as Espinoza comes into the batter's box. She's in the 8 hole playing right field today, but, she's in right field, or she's in the batter's box, not in right field. And she takes outside. Espinoza, a .232 hitter this season, 16 for 69. 3 doubles, 5 RBIs, and he doesn't even need a hit to score a run right now. The 1-0 on the way, swung on, popped back behind the plate, and that got a bigger bounce than I expected given the amount of rain we've had here. But it rolls over toward the golf green behind the plate, and the count is 1-1. Espinoza, the right-handed batter, facing DeYoung, the right-handed pitcher, and the 1-1 misses low for ball 2. After Espinoza, this is really the spot where the order flips, I was thinking, because Groneveld coming in the 9 hole on deck right now is like the second leading hitter on the team at .331 as Espinoza started to swing, thought better of it, and now she wishes she had. It caught the corner, strike 2. 2-2, bottom of the second, 1 away. Runner on third after a 1-out triple. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and Espinoza swings and lashes this one down the right field line. That's going to miss the foul line by about 6 feet. And it'll fall, and we'll do it again. So everybody gets to return to their original battle stations. Espinoza's ready. DeYoung has thrown 22 pitches here in the first and second inning. Here's the 2-2. That's well high for ball 3. And we'll try this again. Ball 3. 3-2 the count as we've played for not quite 40 minutes here. Our sunset on the way at about 8:30 as Espinoza swings and flies this one out to center field. Backing up is Younger, and coming in to score will be Vega on the sacrifice fly. So each team with a sac fly here in the second inning, but that's the last one Goshen will get a chance to have here because there are 2 outs, and of course, a sacrifice fly most of the time requires an out, and that would be the third out of the inning. So Groneveld, the shortstop, will come into the plate, hitting .331, which If you're from Mishawaka, you're familiar with a different kind of 331, but she's 43 for 130 on this season. And the first pitch to Groneveld misses up high for ball one. Now the 1-0 count on the way to Groneveld is swung on, flared out into shallow center, and it's going to get just past the cut of the grass and fall in front of Younger for the 2-out base hit. Vega didn't even get a chance to put the bat on the ball in the first inning. She struck out looking. Now she comes up as the tying run in a 3-1 game here in the bottom of the second. I don't remember if I finished this point because I am kind of prone to starting things and then talking about something completely different. But the first pitch to Vega is swung on and fouled off down the left field line, as that had double written all over it if it had been fair. But we're looking probably at about 4.5 hours to get this game done, just in the sense that we got started late and the sun's going to set a little bit after 8:30. 0-1 the count to Vega. Here's the pitch. It is up high, and the throw to second is, as we're going to have the throw beat the runner, but the call is obstruction as the fielder got in front, as Slotman got in front of the stealing runners, so she is going to be safe at second on what is officially an error. The pitch at the plate was a ball, and it's 1-1. As the pitch to Vega is up high, and it's 2-1. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. And the pitch to Vega misses up high. We'll fight the stat program later. The 3-1 pitch, and they're going to say that it caught Vega. So it was it was 3-1, so the ball 4 would have gotten her first anyway, but the hit batter puts runners on first and second, and we're going to have time is called, and Scott Reese is coming out to have a discussion with his team in the pitching circle. So, okay, we got the stat program thing figured out here while we got a second. Charge Groneveld with a caught stealing on the advance to second base because she was safe on the obstruction, which is an error on the second baseman. Otherwise, she would have been out. But instead, she is safe. The tying run's on first base. Ashley Glazer, who's the catcher, comes to the plate. Glazer popped out to short in the first inning, and now she's the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the second. Two outs. So 2 away, we have confirmation of that, and Glazer comes to the plate and takes a strike.
I like how you start with the baking, because that means that's why you're getting it. You're getting it because
Glazer, a 242 hitter that's gone down a little bit after the out to start the game. She swings and misses at strike 2, and it's 0-2. Now the third pitch of the at-bat on the way. This one is contact is made, and it's a fly ball over toward the line, and Bales is in to make the basket catch right as she crosses the stripe into foul territory. So Goshen scores on the sacrifice fly, but they leave a pair, and at the end of 2 innings, it is Bethel 3, Goshen 1 on Go Leafs Live. We're back for the top of the third at the Ingold Athletic Complex. It'll be Pros Ragonisi and Pugh as they step into the batter's box for Bethel, which leads Goshen 3-1, but each team feels like it's given up some opportunities because both teams have left 4 runners on base here in the early going, as the first pitch to Prowse is a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. She hit into a fielder's choice in the first inning as there were runners on the corners, and Goshen didn't get any of them out despite making a throw to the plate. And the 0-1 pitch misses high, ball 1. 3 runs on 3 hits for Bethel, 1 run on 3 hits for Goshen, each team with an error, and here's a grounder over to third. Gibson up with it. The throw was a little bit back on the home plate side of the base, but they're able to get the out as Catenacci hangs on, and there's 1 away as Ragonisi will step in for Bethel. The third baseman drew a walk in the first inning. She was left aboard as they stranded all 3 runners that reached base there. Strike on the outside corner makes it 0-1. Pugh would follow, then Bales, the DP and the right fielder respectively, if the inning continues to play. And I guess just Pugh would follow if it goes to Goshen's plan because they'd get out of the inning in order. As the 0-1 is fouled back, it's 0-2. 0-2 the count. And the pitch is swung on and popped up over toward first base. Catenacci into foul ground makes the catch for her second put out of the inning. And there are 2 away. Pugh, the DP, comes into the batter's box as she will look for her first hit of the game. And the swing and a miss at the first pitch makes it 0-1. First pitch is strike. Here's the 1-0. That one misses up high. Third pitch of the at-bat on the way here as Quintero checks the sign and comes home with it. It swung on and lined back to the pitcher, and Goshen is out of the inning on 9 pitches. So a grounder to third, a foul out to first, and a line drive back to the circle ends it for Bethel. It's our first 1-2-3 inning of the day as we go to the bottom of the third. Pilots 3, Maple Leafs 1 on Go Leafs Live. Back for the bottom of the third at the Ingold Athletic Complex as Rihanna Catellis steps to the plate for the Maple Leafs. Catellis, Goshen's all-time leader in triples, home runs, probably some other things we don't keep track of, but she's in the all-time top 10 in 9 different categories in the record book, which the reason it stops at 9 is there are only 9 categories in the record book, and here we've got a ground ball to third, and before we can even finish telling you about Catellis, she's grounded out for the first out of the inning. So Bethel leads 3-1. We are in the bottom of inning number 3. Catenacci comes to the plate for Goshen.
Batting now, number 11, Allison Catenacci.
And Catenacci, who singled down the left field line in the first inning, is either going to have to get some help or take matters into her own hands to bring a run in here. DeYoung with 19 balls and 17 strikes in her first 36 pitches, so she hasn't been, not the most efficient pitcher I've ever seen, but not like she's thrown an unusually high amount of pitches. She misses high here for ball 2. DeYoung in the waits on Catenacci to get set in the box. Here's the set and the 2-0. It's swung on and launched out into left center field. It is deep, and I don't think it's playable for a solo home run for the Maple Leafs first baseman. 3-2 as Goshen cuts its deficit in half, and we're going to make sure she touches the plate, having had some issues with that at baseball earlier in the season. And it is indeed 3-2. I'm going to bring Bernadette Quintero to the plate for the Maple Leafs, and I told you Catenacci was going to have to take matters into her own hand if she wanted to score, and
Bernadette Quintero.
Goodness, she did. Quintero, the pitcher, is in for the first time. She was technically a defensive replacement in the second inning, so Landry batted in that spot the first time up, and Quintero is hitting for the first time today. Bernie, a .283 hitter this year, 5 doubles, 2 homers, 18 RBIs. The 0-1 pitch is fouled straight back, and it's 0-2. Again, these two teams are scheduled to play again about half an hour after this game finishes. I note that the sun is out now, which seems completely inconceivable. If you were out here with us or tuned in at about 2:30, the concept that we would ever see the sun again here seemed a little bit... Well, if you're from northern Indiana, you know that feeling that the overcast is just permanent and you're going to die before you get the chance to tan again. 1-2 the count on Quintero, and the pitch is I think they said it hit her in the batter's box, or it hit her in the strike zone. But she's out anyway for the second out of the inning. If the pitch hits the batter and it's still in the strike zone, it's a strike. That's the only thing I can think of for why he would have called it a dead ball and a strikeout. There's nobody on. Well, yeah, I guess if it had... Yeah, she wouldn't have attempted to run, as Van Herty's going to line this one out into right field, and Bales can't make the grab coming in. So a shallow single, looks like a line drive in the box score, and Hippolito will come to the plate as the go-ahead run. The first pitch on the way to Hippolito, swung on, fouled back. She looked like she wanted to put a charge into that one, and she did. It was just at about a 90-degree angle to where she wanted to put a charge into it, going over into that screen up the first base line. Now the second pitch of the at-bat to Hippolito on the way, that missed up high, ball 1. So you figure these teams play again probably in the 6 or 6:15, maybe 6:30 range. Ball 1, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the third pitch of the at-bat. That one is swung on and hit over into right field. Bales moves in the direction of the line and again makes the catch right as she crosses the foul line. It's almost exactly how the second inning ended, except it was a little bit further in. So Goshen gets a run on the homer and they leave a runner. We go to the fourth. Pilots 3, Maple Leafs 2 on Go Leafs Live. back at the Ingold Athletic Complex for the top of the fourth as Bales, Raymer, and Slotman are due up for Bethel here in the fourth inning.
Number 24, Morgan
Ballos grounded out short in the first inning. She takes a strike here to start the fourth and will, well, Goshen would love a repeat of the third inning where they got out of it in 9 pitches and nobody reached base. Bethel would prefer to do a bit more damage. The second pitch swung on and missed as Quintero came in relief of Moraga in the first inning and hasn't allowed any damage since then. All 3 runs off the starter, but neither one of these teams with a whole lot of margin for error in terms of coming down to the conference tournament, and only one of them can make it. Each of these teams has the ceiling of the 8 seed, and, well, 9 doesn't do you any good unless one of the top 8 somehow comes down with COVID at exactly the wrong time. So 1-2 the count, and the 1-2 pitch missed outside. Two balls and 2 strikes. The count. And the pitch on the way. That one bounced in for ball 3. Josie Raymer will follow this at bat. Then the lineup flips back over to Slotman, who scored 2 of the 3 pilot runs. The 3-2 pitch catches the letters for strike 3, and Ballos is retired on the first out of the fourth inning. Goshen will have 8, 9, and 1 due up, but it really plays a little more like 9, 1, and 2 in the bottom of the frame with Espinoza, Groneveld, and Vega forthcoming. Raymer steps in here, having walked in the second inning. Raymer from Lafayette, Indiana, and William Henry Harrison High School. I think it was William Henry Harrison. It's definitely a Harrison of some sort. Probably not the one I went to high school with. You know, many people named Harrison. 0-1 the count on Raymer. The second pitch of the at-bat missed outside. One and one the count. 3 runs on 3 hits for Bethel, 2 runs on 5 hits for Goshen. Both teams with an error as the 1-1 pitch is fouled over toward the front of the dugout, and it'll be 1-2. Quintero's spent a fair amount of time ahead in the count. Here's the fourth pitch of the at-bat on the way once Quintero gets the sign. And the pitch is well high for ball 2. The 2-2 swung on, grounded to third. Gibson in to pick it up, and Catenacci drops to a knee to make the catch for the second out. Seems like we've had about 4 ground balls to third in 4 innings today, and that'll flip the pilot order over where they've done most of their damage. In fact, all 3 of their hits have come from the 1 and 2 spots in the order. Slotman homered to center to start the game, drew a walk in the second, and she would love a chance to extend the lead here in the fourth. The first pitch misses low as Slotman, hey, I have email. That's not important, but, you know, we've got too many tabs open here is what I'm saying. Slotman, a .313 hitter on the year. That's gone up a little bit with the base hit. Well, the homer. The 1-0 misses outside for ball 2. .2-0 missed in the other direction. That was low and inside. As Glazer's going to go out and try to reset Quintero, who's missed the strike zone with 5 of the last 6 pitches, and count went full on Ballas after starting the inning with 2 strikes.
What kind of answer are you going to want me to give for this?
Here's a 3-0 pitch on the way, and that missed low for the walk with 2 away in the top of the 4th.
Diversifying the Mennonite institution. And like I said,
Wait, how do you see? Up to bat, number 9, Mari Younger.
the first thing is find value in competition and winning and losing.
Younger steps to the plate. She's 2 for 2 with a couple of singles today. Stole a base, scored a run in the process. Here's the first pitch. It is a ball, and Glazer struggled to hang on to it, so Slatman's going to take second base on the steal. Yes, ball 1. Second pitch coming up here to Younger. And the 1-0 grounded back up the middle. It's going to be fielded by Hippolito, and the throw gets away as coming in to score is Slotman. I think the runner was going to be safe anyway on the base hit, as it was a slow dribbler back up the middle, and Hippolito had to go to a right to field it, but the throwing error scores the run, which means it's unearned, but it still counts as Bethel goes up 4-2. Younger holds it first, as it's an unearned run, but it could become earned in the sense that Slotman should be on third base and could have scored later. And that'll bring Gomez to the plate, who does not have an official at bat left yet in the game, after a walk and a sacrifice fly. So still 2 outs in the inning, so that one hurts for a couple of different reasons, as it could have been out of the inning and it let the runner take an extra base. The ground ball here goes to third and gets past Gibson out into center field, or left field, I should say. So that would have scored the run. Now it's an earned run. And there are 2 on with 2 outs, as Shelby Prowse will come to the plate, yes, for Bethel.
Up to bat next, number 11, Brewer.
Okay, so Brewer will step in, having hit into a couple of fielders' choices. One back to the circle and one, I think, over to one to short, as the first pitch misses outside. Quintero has thrown 46 pitches, which is a little bit worth noting in the sense that both of these teams will play again tomorrow, Goshen going to St. Francis and Bethel going to Taylor. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. That is across the outside corner for a strike, and it's 1-1. Yeah, 1-1. The third pitch of the at-bat is fouled back and just about caught Glazer. I'm not exactly sure where it hit her, but getting hit with a foul tip is never a pleasant experience. 1-2 the count. Two on, 2 away. Here in the top of the 4th, the 1-2 pitch swung on. It's a little dribbler up the first base line. Catanacci's going to field it. A half a swing results in a full out, and Bethel scores just 1 in the top of the 4th. 1 run on 2 hits, I think, for the Pilots. I guess we'll figure that out here in a second when I end the inning on DAC stats. But we are halfway home in the first game of today's doubleheader. It's Bethel 4, Goshen 2 on Go Leafs Live. Espinoza swings the first pitch, pops it up the elevator shaft, and Brewer makes a run over to the third base side to grab it for the first out of the second inning. One pitch results in one out, and that'll bring Groneveld to the plate after a single to second or center in the second, as the Pilots get the first out on the Maple Leafs here, as they are looking to extend their lead. So the teams are tied in the games back column right now, but they have different numbers of games remaining, as Groneveld is in the batter's box, and the first pitch is swung on and lined out into center field, but not quite lined out far enough, as Younger makes the catch for the second out of the inning. Vega in for the second pitch of the inning, and the third batter of the inning, and the first pitch is fouled off back behind the plate, 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's going to roll in off the edge of the right-handed batter's box, and the count is 1-1. Nobody on base, so Vega would have to reach for Glazer to come up as the tying run. The 1-1 pitch misses inside for ball 2. The 2-1 on the way. That misses low and away, ball 3. Glazer's 0 for 2 in the on-deck circle, but she's hit a couple of homers in the last week. Catellis is the all-time leader in homers after hitting 3 on Tuesday against Huntington. The 3-1 pitch on the way, as Vega's going to wait on it, and she swings and dribbles this one back past the mound. Coming in to field it is Slotman. The throw over to first ends the inning, and Goshen goes down in order. 1, 2, 3 for the Maple Leafs in the fourth. We do not score, and we head to the fifth. It's Bethel 4, Goshen 2 on Go Leafs Live. Shelby Prowse steps in for the top of the fifth for Bethel, as it'll be Prowse, Raganisi, and Pugh, and a swing and a miss from on the pitch from Quintero gets the inning started with an 0-1 count. The Pilots with a 4-2 lead on Goshen College, a one-game lead or a one-win lead in the standings, but also a one extra loss in the standings, as the 0-1 pitch misses up high, is on the top of the zone for a called strike, and it's 0-2. Here's the 0-2 on the way, and that swung on and fouled off to the right side. So Bethel comes in 8-24 in the conference standings. Goshen is 7-23. Whichever of those two teams finishes higher goes to the conference tournament next week at Indiana Wesleyan and Taylor. The two teams split their first two meetings, so where this would get entertaining is if they split today and then Goshen makes up one game on Bethel the rest of the way, and they go in with the same record, then you'd have to look at basically who has a win over the higher team in the conference standings, as Prowse takes the strike on the outside corner for the first out of the top of the fifth.
Up next batting, number 15, Raganese.
I'll bring Raganese to the plate. She is 0 for 1 with a walk today. Walked in the first, popped foul to first in the third. As Goshen will have the meat of its order due up in the fifth, down by 2, but running out of opportunities here in the game. As the rain we had earlier today has moved out. We're paying for it a little bit in the insulation department. We're only in the 50s after pushing 80 early in the week. Here's the 1-0 on the way. And the pitch misses outside, ball 2. Raganese, a 275 hitter coming in today. That'll go down a little bit with the 0 for 1. And this is grounded past or over to third, and Gibson's up with it and makes the throw to the base for the second out of the inning. Pugh, the designated player, has flied out and lined out her first 2 times up as Goshen got the first 2 outs of this inning on 8 pitches, and they love to get the shutdown inning here and put their offense back up at the plate with Glazer, Catellis, and Catanacci due up. Catanacci's already left the building. Glazer's done it a couple times recently, and Catellis the all-time leader in the category. As the 0-1 pitch on the way is fouled off over the Bethel dugout out of play, 0-2. The third pitch of the at-bat coming up here from Quintero is swung on and grounded past a diving Hippolito into right field. Coming up to make the throw is Espinoza. And she will throw into first behind the runner, but Pugh is safe on the base hit. As Morgan Bales will step in, the right fielder's 0 for 2. She's grounded out to short and struck out looking. And the first pitch is a strike across the letters, 0-1. Probably looking at a situation where both of these teams throw their aces in game 2, as Hannah Frady's thrown 164 innings for Bethel this year, and Mia Powelski has thrown 109 for Goshen. So in neither case did they throw their most frequent pitcher, as the 0-1 to Bales is fouled off to the left side, and it's 0-2. Quintero has thrown a little more than 60 pitches here after coming in, I think, with 1 out it was in the top of the second, so she'd be at 3 1/3 innings of work so far. Here's the 1-2 on the way, and it's low for ball 2. 2-2 the count, 2 outs in the 1-2, sorry, the count. Great. I'm usually the one that remembers what the count is up here, and now that's failing me. 1-2 the count on Bales. Now it's 2-2. I was just a little bit early. As we head to the, we'll head to the bottom of the fifth, I should say, once Goshen gets one more out. BU 4, GC 2. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, grounded to short. Groneveld up with it, throws to first. Catanacci has the grab to end the inning. So the Pilots get the 1-out single and nothing else. We go to the bottom of the fifth. Pilots 4, Maple Leafs 2 on Go Leafs Live. Glazer, Catellis, and Catenacci due up for the Maple Leafs as Glazer's in the batter's box. And we are set to go here in the bottom of the fifth. If you're just joining us and you're thinking the bottom of the fifth seems awfully early for this game, we got started 53 minutes late because of some passing rain showers and some work that had to be done on the field. It's not as obvious now because the sun's out, which is helping dry things out for sure, but it did make a difference as we're starting to get some puddles, and it's 2 balls and no strikes on Glazer. Third pitch of the at-bat is swung on and grounded over to third. Good pick by Raganisi, and she's able to make the throw to get the first out of the inning. I thought off the bat that was going to be through the 5.5 hole out into left field, but Catellis comes to the plate with a walk and a ground out as she faces DeYoung here in the last of the fifth. Think about your lineup in the fifth inning is those are the folks you're trying to bring to the plate as you get hits in the sixth and the seventh. And 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup would certainly be the spot in the order that you want to put in that position. As the first pitch to Catellis, I'm not exactly sure what happened, as the second pitch definitely a strike. It's 0-2. Okay, so he did call that first pitch a strike. I was wrong. 0-2 the count, and the pitch to Catellis misses outside ball 1. The 1-2 on the way here. In the dirt, ball 2. Catellis needs a couple of doubles, and she will have, another game tonight, 2 games on Friday, maybe a couple games on Monday, and the conference tournament left in this year, as there's a line shot back through the box, and she's on with a single. But to finish that thought, Catellis 2 doubles short of Candy Fear's school record in that category. She's already the Maple Leafs all-time leader in home runs and triples, and nursing an injury, she'll come out, and the flex player, Gibson's going to run for her. So Gibson takes up the spot on first, and Catenacci, who has already gone yard. Thank you. So Catenacci launched a homer to left center. It was way out of here in the third inning. She's the tying run at the plate here in the bottom of the fifth. 1 out in the inning. Quintero would follow her. As Bethel leads by a pair. Here's the first pitch. Catenacci swings, and there's a line drive out into left. Gibson will take it to second, but no further because that ball got out to Raymer quickly. And the tying run's on base as Quintero comes to the plate as the go-ahead run. Here's Brewer heading out to talk with DeYoung. Quintero struck out looking as a defensive replacement in the third. Came in as a defensive replacement. There was a double switch when they took Moraga out of the circle. She's a .283 hitter this year. Swings to the first pitch, blasts that out to right field, and Gibson's going to hold at third as it's the rare 3 singles, none of which were enough to advance the base runners, and it means that Van Herty comes up with the bases loaded and nobody out here in the bottom of the fifth. Goshen has actually out-hit the Pilots 8-6 in this game, but they are trailing because they haven't been able to bring them in. Van Herty is singled and popped out in her first 2 plate appearances. Here she swings, and we're going to get an infield fly rule called as the pitcher makes the grab on that one for the the second out of the inning. And that will bring Hippolito to the plate with the bases loaded here in the bottom of the fifth. First pitch to Hippolito. Missed up high, ball one. If she keeps the inning alive, it would be if Hippolito keeps the inning alive, it'd be a great RBI opportunity for one of the seniors. That's Espinoza in the on-deck circle. Espinoza and Catellis currently in the lineup for the Maple Leafs. Landry and Moraga are not. Count 1-1 after the foul ball. Hippolito, a .307 hitter this year. She's 1 for 2, so that figure's gone up a little bit. Here's a swing and a pop-up out into shallow right field. It's going to be caught and hung on to by Bales as she collides with Slotman, who was heading out, and the inning is over. So there's no runs for the Maple Leafs despite leaving the bases loaded on 3 hits. We go to the 6th. It's Bethel 4, Goshen 2 on Go Leafs Live. Back at Goshen College for the top of inning number 6, it'll be Raymer, Slotman, and Younger to start things off for Bethel as they've gone. I think they've gone 6 up, 6 down through the last. No, there was a 2-out single on top of the 5th. But Raymer's 0 for 1 with a walk. She's also grounded out to third, and she will come back up here to start the 6th inning in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. The first pitch is swung on and lined into left field as she's going to round first and hold up there. But we're just talking between innings that because of the weather delay at the beginning, we're running a little bit later than we often are. But I do think we've got time to get at least most of Game 2 in. And
Number 7,
somewhat famously, you only have to get through 5 innings for that game to count. Although obviously you hope you get all 7 innings in. I'm going to bring Slotman to the plate. She's scored 3 of Bethel's 4 runs, dropped a bunt to the right side here, and it's foul. But she homered to lead off the game, then walked in the 2nd and the 4th, and came around to score on both occasions, also stole a base. Slotman playing the role that's not uncommon to see on a team toward the bottom of the conference standing. The leadoff hitter is pretty good. They just have some issues moving around past that as the 0-1 pitch misses outside. The 1-1 pitch, or count now 1-1 as the throw goes back to first. Nobody out top of the 6th. Bethel's had the lead all day as Goshen scored once in the 2nd to make it 3-1, then 3-2 in the 3rd as we're going to get a swing and a pop-up here. Hippolito over to her left makes the catch, and Slotman's retired for the first time today. That brings Younger to the plate, and she has also reached all 3 times, singled in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th. Came around to score on one of those occasions. I think that was the 1st inning. As the left-handed batter faces the right-handed pitcher. Here's the first pitch. It's swung on, grounded to short. Groneveld to a knee, throws to 2nd for 1. But that is all they will get. Fielder's choice for the 2nd out of the inning. And Raymer is retired. So Younger has technically reached base on all 4 occasions now, but she doesn't get credit for a hit there, as the shortstop Gomez will come to the plate. Gomez, a walk, a single, and a sacrifice fly, so something productive all 3 times. As the infield's in a little bit here, but they can go back in terms of always getting the out at first, will always end that inning. And Gomez takes a strike. Goshen will have Espinoza, Groneveld, then the top of the order due up in the bottom of the 6th. One thing that leaving the bases loaded in the 5th did is it shifted them a little bit farther down the order. As the pitch is a strike, throw to second base is into center field, but into second safely is Younger. Strike 2 on the pitch, but gets the Maple Leafs that much closer to getting out of the inning. But Younger takes second and now could score on a base hit. Here's the 0-2 missing up high for ball 1. If you were with us in the 5th inning, all of Bethel's offense came with 2 outs. That was a base hit, and they left the runner on base. But here, a 2-out hit could probably make it 5-2, and the difference between, it's a 50% difference between being up 2 and up 3, as here's a swing and a ground ball foul past third from Gomez. 1-2 the count. Gomez back in the box. 4 runs on 7 hits, 1 error, and 7 left on for Bethel. 2 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors, 8 runners left on base for Goshen. Of course, college softball means we're scheduled for 7 innings. As the 1-2 pitch bounces to the plate, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brewer, the catcher, would follow if the inning continues. And she's 0 for 3. Top third of Bethel's order has 5 of the 7 hits. Here's a base hit to center. Charging is Vega. The throw to the plate will be cut off. That's going to let the run score, but hold Gomez at first base. So Younger crosses the plate. And that'll bring Brewer in. She's hit into a couple of fielder's choices and grounded out. Brewer, the Westview High School product, a right-handed batter, as is just about everybody on this pilot team. She swings, hits a ground ball to second. Hippolito flips to Groneveld for the force, and Goshen gets a couple of fielders' choices to get out of the 6th, but they do give up a run in the process. 1 run on 2 hits. The Pilots leave 1, and we go to the bottom of the 6th. It's Bethel 5, Goshen 2 on Go Leafs Live. On senior day, it's one of the seniors, Cassandra Espinoza, who leads off the the bottom of the 6th, I should say. I'm getting turned around here because we did senior day at the beginning and got started late, and yeah, now it's still the bottom of the 6th as we expected. And Espinoza takes the ball low. She's 0 for 1 today, hit a sacrifice fly that doesn't count as an at-bat, and then popped out to the catcher, which does. And she took the first pitch below the strike zone, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. And the second pitch here is grounded back up the middle, moving to her left to make the play as Gomez. Throw over to first. Gets the out for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring Groneveld to the plate. She's made solid contact both times up, singled and lined out. As the young has thrown, this next pitch will be her 70th here in the 6th inning. So I've made the point recently a couple of times that pitchers are getting tired as they get up into the 100 or 120 pitch mark, and she's not there yet. The pitch to Groneveld misses up high. Of course, the fact that she's not there yet is probably a good thing in the sense that we don't have time for pitchers to throw a lot of pitches since we didn't get started today till almost 4 o'clock. The 1-0 to Groneveld on the way. This one swung on, lined out into center field. Backing up is Raymer, and she reels it in. That was one of those where you get excited off the bat, and then it was not as far as you thought. If you've seen a Cubs home game, you're familiar with that feeling because Wrigley Field is notorious for those, with the little wells that go back as you go back toward the foul poles in the corners. That flips the lineup over, though, and it brings Vega to the plate for the Maple Leaf. She struck out looking, was hit by a pitch, and grounded out. She takes the first pitch here, low and outside, as Bethel leads 5-2 in the 7th. The second pitch on the way. Vega swings, and this is a grounder over to second, and it goes through the wickets of Slotman, and it's into center field, as that's going to be a fielding error on the Pilot Keystone Sacker, and it keeps the inning alive as Vega takes first base. And I know what we have to do here. We've got to re-enter the interesting. They're going to go with the pinch hitter as Kyra Wilson will come up and replace Glazer. So Wilson, the freshman out of Battleground, Indiana, and Frontier High School, replaces Glazer, who's also a freshman, but comes from... Thank you. As we're going to make a couple of subs at the same time here and do the official work of re-entering Catellis for Gibson in the DP spot. That being the next batter to come up, whether it's to continue the 6th or start the 7th. So Wilson is a 200 hitter this year. She's 8 for 40, but she's got a little bit more power because 4 of those hits have gone for extra bases. She's slugging .425. The first pitch on the way to Wilson, missed low. Throw down to second is not in time. And Vega is on with a stolen base, or advances with a stolen base. And now, just like Bethel took advantage of a 2-out base hit in the top of the 6th, Goshen is 1 base hit away from getting a run in the bottom of the inning. The 1-0 on the way, missed up high to Wilson. 2-0 the count. Here's the 2-0 pitch. This one swung on, lined over into right field. Coming up to field it is Ballas. The throw over to first allows the run to reach safely, and then the ball gets away as they throw it to the plate, and Wilson advances to second. So a run comes in to score. It's an RBI single for Wilson, and then an error on the catcher as Wilson takes second base. And we're going to get time called as Scott Reese comes out to have a conversation with his pitcher. And I think this is just a matter of trying to keep things close to the vest here, as the run brings Goshen within 5-3, and it brings Catellis to the plate with Catenacci to follow her. And it's a kind of a case of pick your poison for Bethel because, well, Catellis has power. We talked about that at considerable length before the game, and Catenacci's 3 for 3, and she's already taken him deep today. So, I mean, you could walk Catellis. There's a base open. But in so doing, you put the tying run on base and bring the go-ahead run to the plate in the person of Catenacci. And we'll see what happens here. Catellis 1 for 2 will walk a ground out, a single up the middle. up for her fourth time today. And the first pitch she sees from DeYoung is swung on and lined into center field. That's going to fall in front of Younger. The throw to the plate is cut off by the pitcher, and we will have runners on the corners after the base hit.
Coming up next to bat for Goshen, number 11, Allison Catanacci.
So Catanacci at the plate is the go-ahead run. Catellis on first, the tying run. And there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Catanacci has singled twice, homered once. First pitch she sees is in the dirt. They come up throwing to try to get Catellis to, I don't know what they're going to do, but maybe try to get the runner on third to break. That makes more sense. Sometimes my mouth's running a little faster than my brain. As the pitch was a ball, Catellis safe at second on the stolen base, and now the tying run's in scoring position. The 1-0 here to Catanacci is swung on, grounded past third into left field. Coming up with it is Raganisi, and they're going to hold Catellis at third base, as coming in to score is Wilson. And the tying run is now on third. So that brings Quintero to the plate.
We got number 27, Bernadette Quintero.
As the plate umpire has to dust off the plate. And Quintero's up in the box. Bernie 0 for 2 today. Struck out looking and singled to right. And goodness, wouldn't this be a time for a change, as the first pitch misses low. Catanacci didn't break on the pitch there, which is interesting in the sense that she's the go-ahead run. Here's the 1-0 pitch from DeYoung coming. That's up high, ball 2. Following Quintero, Van Herty would follow. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That missed outside, ball 3. DeYoung hasn't thrown many pitches this inning because Goshen's done a pretty good job of putting the first pitch in play. Now they can't do it, but they could put the fourth pitch in play. It's 3-0, and they missed low to Quintero to load the bases. That'll bring Van Herty up to the plate as time is called, and Brewer's going to go out to talk to DeYoung. And Van Herty's going to go over and talk to third base coach Julia Claire Plesbert. Hippolito and Espinoza in the following 2 spots in the lineup. As Bethel, in what will be at best for them a 1-run game, will have Prowse, Raganisi, and Pugh coming up in the top of the 7th. Tying run on third, go-ahead run on second, then you've got 2 insurance runs on first and at the plate. And the first pitch to Van Herty is on the way and bounces in for ball 1. Not a good time to be wild, and DeYoung has missed the zone with the last 5 pitches. Now the 1-0 on the way, and Van Herty swings and grounds it through the left side. Catellis is in to score. Catanacci rounds third and comes up. The throw to the plate not in time, and both trail runners move up on the throw. So 2 runs come in to score. Goshen takes a 6-5 lead. The following 2 runners move into scoring position. And we're going to have time called and a conversation in the circle. As DeYoung is going to depart, not super surprising, after the lead flips with 4 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. We'll see who they get into the circle for the Pilots, who will have some coming back to do in the top of the 6th. It's a pitching change with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th and Goshen out in front. And you're listening to Go Leafs Live. Jessica Bachtel will pinch hit for the Maple Leafs, and we talked about Hannah Frady getting most of the innings for Bethel. All right, we've got fun with pitching changes here as Bethel also makes the double switch. Bachtel pinch hitting and takes ball one outside. Hannah Frady in to do the pitching as it is Bachtel pinch hitting for Hippolito here in the bottom of the sixth with Goshen in front for the first time today. The 1-0 pitch misses up high, ball two. There is a base open after everybody moved up 2 bases on that single. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Caught the inside corner. So put Hannah Frady, the pitcher, in the 8 hole. Put the right fielder, Hannah Bushaw, in the flex position as Bachtel takes a pitch inside for ball 3. And the 3-1 pitch swung on here and popped up. Backing into foul ground and making the catch is Prowse, and the inning is over. But Goshen scores 4 times, all of them after a 2-out error that could have ended the inning for the Pilots, as DeYoung is charged with all 4 runs. They're unearned, as I like to say, but they still count. We go to the 7th. It's Goshen 6, Bethel 5, and the Maple Leafs are 3 outs away from a conference victory on Go. All right, we've got defensive changes in a number of places here for the Maple Leafs as Mia Pawelski is in to do the pitching. Both teams go with their ace starter in relief, as for Goshen, they're trying to hold on to the conference win, which would pull them level with Bethel with their 8th victory of the season. They re-enter Miranda Hippolito and Ashley Glazer at second base and behind the plate, respectively. And then it looks like Reagan Scheiplin's gone into right field, which means that... Who's in left? Can we get a number on that? Which means that Van Herty stays in left, so Pawelski goes in the 8-hole, replacing Espinoza. And Prouds, Raganisi, and Pugh come up for Bethel. They are a combined 1 for 8, and they have to put a run on the scoreboard to stay alive here in this Crossroads League opener. Pawelski misses up high with ball 1. The junior from Throop, Pennsylvania, is appearing in relief, which is not the more common role for her this year. Just the 4th time she's come out of the pen. She's completed 11 of her 16 starts, and she gets a strike here on the inside corner. It's a save situation for Pawelski, which would be her first. She's 9-8 with 109 innings, 123 hits, and 95 strikeouts. Here's the 1-1 on the way, swung on and missed strike 2. Ball and 2 strikes. Again, for Goshen, 6 runs on 12 hits, 2 errors, 10 left on. For Bethel, 5-8, 3-8, respectively. Now the 1-2 on the way is strike called over the inside corner, and Prowse is retired. That'll bring Raganisi up to the plate, the sophomore out of Lawrence Central High School. I believe that means she was a Bear, and now she's a Pilot, and she's coming up with very little room for error, as they've got to try to land the plane and take off again or something. Or we're forcing Pilot metaphors into our sentences, even though I think Bethel's logo is a ship. Yeah, forward with Christ at the helm, their motto. So they've got to pull the ship into port and then back it out again. As the first pitch to Raganisi misses inside, it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That also missed inside. So in a 1-run game, the batter automatically the tying run if there's nobody on base. Raganisi is she's the team's leading power threat. She's got 9 home runs. She had a 0 in the triples column. That's what I was looking at, as Pawelski misses low with ball 3. If the Pilots were to tie the game, Goshen would have Pawelski, Groneveld, and Vega due up. As Glazer's going to go out and try to calm down Pawelski, who has thrown 7 pitches today and missed the strike zone with all of them. Or with more than half of them, excuse me. Three and 0 the count. Here's the 4th pitch of the at-bat, and that misses low and inside, and the tying run's on base. So that'll bring Mallory Pugh to the plate. Or Emmy Pugh, excuse me. As Pugh from Cambridge City, Indiana, has flied out, lined out, and singled through the hole at second. If she hits a hard ground ball at somebody right now, the Maple Leafs could get out of here with a double play. First pitch instead is across the letters for a strike. Hard to turn to up the middle in softball, just given the smaller distances involved, smaller margins for error. But we've seen Groneveld pretty much be a vacuum the last couple of days at short, in terms of getting anything that's hitting remotely close to her, as Pugh swung at a pitch I think she was trying to get out of the way of, and it hit the handle of the bat and rolled over toward the first base dugout. So 0-2 on the foul ball. This is the only game in the conference today, or the only doubleheader in the conference today, which will make it very easy to do a Crossroads League standings update between games. As Pugh swings and lines this one out into right field, Scheipline comes up with it, the throw into second base, not in time to get Raganisi, and Bethel has the go-ahead run on base, and the pitcher, Frady, coming to the plate.
Up next to bat for Bethel, number 33, Hannah Frady.
Frady, a .316 hitter this year, 18 for 57 with 4 doubles and a homer. 1 out, top of the 7th, and Goshen leading Bethel 6-5. First pitch on the way from Pawelski is a strike over the inside corner. The 1-out walk was 4 straight balls. Other than that, she started everybody off, I think, with a strike. No, I'm sorry. She started Prowse off with a ball and then threw 3 straight strikes. And here she starts with a strike and then misses outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count as we near the 2-hour mark on this contest. 1 away, top of the 7th and final inning. Here's the pitch, swung on, popped up the elevator shaft. Coming over to make the catch is Pawelski as she just about took out the batter runner. But instead, it's, an out, and Bethel is down to its final offensive chance. I was not sure that was going to get caught off the bat just because it was 30 feet away from anybody, but Catenacci was almost there, and Pawelski made the grab for the second out of the inning, and Josie Raymer, the freshman from Lafayette, comes up as the person that's got to put something in play and make something happen. Tying run on second, go-ahead run on first. Pitch is a called strike, and Raymer is 1 for 2. She's walked in the second inning, grounded out to third in the fourth, singled to left in the sixth. Any old out will do. 0-1 the count. Pawelski does the twist to her right, comes home with the pitch, and catches the inside corner. Bethel is down to its final strike. Raymer shows bunt to sort of square up with the front of the plate. Of course, a foul bunt with 2 strikes would be strike 3 and end the game. That would not be good. She pulls it back. Here's the 0-2. It's a full swing, strike 3, and the Maple Leafs win. So Bethel gets a walk and a 1-out base hit, but nothing comes of it, and the ball game is over as Goshen gets the win. They pick up a quarter point in the US 20 Cup, so it's 7.5 to 4 1/4. And they, more importantly, pick up their 8th conference win of the season. So Goshen goes to 8-23 in conference play. Bethel is 8-25. And whoever wins more conference games the rest of the way will go to the tournament. We'll step aside for a second, get some final totals wrapped up, and report back momentarily. And the final score here is Goshen 6, Bethel 5. And we'll be back with the totals after this on Go Leafs Live. Welcome back to the John Ingold Athletic Complex on the campus of Goshen College, where we are just about set to get underway for Game 2 of today's doubleheader. The Bethel University Pilots are 15 and 37, 8 and 25 in the Crossroads League. Goshen 18 and 29, 8 and 23. As Quinn Slotman is in the batter's box, we're going to get started at 6:17 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. First pitch is a strike across the inside corner. As I type in, the game started at 6:17. And our second pitch of the game is coming up from Pawelski here in a moment. That is a ball inside, and it's 1-1. We've got about 2 hours and 15 minutes to get this one in. The sunset tonight coming, well, let's all find out together. Hey, Siri, what time is sunset tonight? That didn't work. The 1-1 pitch fouled off to the right side, and it's 1-2. But we'll take a run through Bethel's lineup here in a moment. Right now, Quinn Slotman leads off at second base. In center field is number 9, Maury Junker. The shortstop, number 28, in the 3-hole is Yadi Gomez. Then Shelby Prowse in the cleanup spot at first base. The third baseman is Haley Raganisi as Slotman swings, flares this one out into center field. It's going to, I think it was caught on the short hop by Vega. As there is one on after the single, and Slotman takes first base. Then Emmy Pugh, the DP, in the 6-hole. Hannah Frady pitches and bats 7th. In the 8-hole is number 19, the right fielder Haley Stinson, and Josie Raymer bats 9th and plays left field. Maddie Reese in the flex position is the catcher. Goshen's got Van Herty, Vega, and Scheiplein in the outfield. Landry, Groneveld, Hippolito, and Catenacci third to first. Wilson behind the plate and Pawelski in the circle as the throw to second is not in time to get Slotman sliding in safely on the stolen base. But flare into shallow center gets the Pilots out in front. At least it wasn't a homer this time. That's how they started game 1. But with Goshen's win in game 1, putting both of these teams on 8 wins in conference play, here's a swing and a ground ball over to third, and it'll be stabbed by Landry to keep it in the infield, but not in enough time to get the runner at first. So there are 2 on and nobody out for Gomez. Which what situation?
Like, would you have had her try to go too?
No, I don't think it was worth trying to throw, because the runner on second is pretty well staying on the base or retreating to it. And I think there are more things that can go wrong when you try to throw than when you don't. As the ball's in the dirt, the throw down to third is not in time, and I think there was an obstruction call, but it didn't matter because the runner was in safely anyway. So runners on second and third, and a 1-0 count with nobody out here in the top of the first. The second pitch to Gomez is a strike across the top of the zone for a 1-1 count. So both of these teams on 8 wins in the conference season, and if we finish the conference season, they're both going to play 36 games, so whoever has more wins will have the higher winning percentage and get the higher seed. Here's a pop-up back behind third as Groneveld makes the catch for the first out of the inning. And that brings
Batting next, number 6,
Shelby Prowse, the first baseman, up to the plate. We did get confirmation that sunset's at 8:39, so we have 2 hours and 22 minutes before the sun's. It matters not where the sun is per se, but how light it is. As the first pitch to Prowse is swung on and grounded over to third base, they're going to throw to the plate and get Slotman there on the fielder's choice, 5-2. And now there's nobody defending second base, and Prowse is going to move up there.
That was a good play.
So fielder's choice, Slotman out at the plate, 5-2. Younger over to third. And then Prowse advances to second on the undefended base, stolen base. That'll bring Raganisi to the plate, the sophomore out of Lawrence Central High School. She takes a pitch outside. 1-0 the count. Where I was going with that is basically whoever wins more games the rest of the way between Goshen and Bethel, probably the higher seed in the conference tournament. The issue there is that one of those teams will have a built-in advantage because, barring something bizarre, one of those teams has to win this game. Bethel goes to Taylor tomorrow, Goshen goes to St. Francis tomorrow, and if it makes a difference in the conference standing, would host Grace on Monday. Here's the 1-1 from Pawelski to Raganisi. It's swing and a miss for strike 2. And the Maple Leafs a strike away from getting out of an inning that started with a couple of hits. Pugh would follow, then Frady if the inning stays alive. And here's a 1-2 on the way. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. The inning is over. So Goshen gives up a couple hits. They strand a couple runners, and we go to the bottom of the first. Pilots nothing. Maple Leafs coming up on Go Leafs Live. Top of the order due up for the Maple Leafs here in the top of the first, which I suppose is not new information. But it's Vega, Scheiplein, and Catellis coming up for the Maple Leafs as they're in the top third of the order. Turned in today by head coach Julia Claire Plesbert, who goes for her 19th win of the season. That would be, I think, I forget exactly how far the 2019 team got in terms of victories in the season, but Goshen heading in that direction as Vega grounds one back to the circle for the first out of the bottom of the first. We will, as we, once I finish messing around and type in that ground ball properly, we will take a look at the lineup for the Maple Leafs. It's Edith Vega in center, Reagan Scheiplein in right, Rihanna Catellis in the 3-hole, the designated player. Yes, that was a strike. And then so Vega, Scheiplein, Catellis, the top third of the order, as Scheiplein hits a ground ball up the third baseline and is thrown out at first. The middle third of the order, Allison Catenacci at first base, Mia Pawelski, the pitcher, Ellie Van Herty in left, then Stacy Landry in third at the 7th hole, Kyra Wilson, the catcher, bats 8th, and Jolie Groneveld in the 9-hole at short. Catellis stands in here in the bottom of the first in Game 2. Goshen victorious 6-5 in the opener after scoring 4 runs, all of them unearned, in the bottom of the 6th. As they got 2 outs, hit a ground ball through the second baseman's legs and came around to score 4 times. The 0-1 misses outside for ball 1. But the reality is that sometimes you need the breaks to go your way. And that certainly happened for Goshen there. 1-1 the count to Catellis. The pitch coming here on the inside half of the plate for strike 2. A ball and 2 strikes the count. Our 1-2 pitch misses outside for ball 2. Bethel's got Raymer, Younger, and Stinson from left to right, Raganisi and Gomez on the left side of the infield, Slotman and on the right side, then Reese behind the plate and Frady in the circle. So a new battery and some new outfielders, and Catellis is going to line that one out into center field, but she holds it first with a single, which disappoints me slightly because she needs 2 more doubles to reach Goshen's all-time record. And it would be nice if she did that at home because, you get more fans at home than you do on the road. Catellis on with the first Maple Leaf hit of the game. And that'll bring Catenacci to the plate with 2 away. Allison homered in the first game. Takes ball 1 low here in the second. Good to see Catellis able to run for herself on the bases. She's missed about 2 weeks with a lower body injury and still hasn't returned to the catching position, but at least she's not being run for every time she gets on base, as the pitch is a called strike to Catenacci for strike 1. 1-1 the count. 1 out in the inning. Here's the 1-1, and it's swung on and flied to right, or left. Glad I can tell left and right apart today. It was too far left or too far on the foul side of the line, whichever side that was. Counts 1-2. 1-2 the count on Catenacci. And the fourth pitch of the at-bat is low for ball 2. Pawelski would bat for the first time today she will bat for the first time today if Catenacci gets on base. I suppose she'll bat in some capacity anyway, as that one's also foul to left, and it stays 2-2. Because if she doesn't get up in the bottom of the first, she'll come up in the bottom of the second. Then after Pawelski, Van Herty, Landry, Wilson, and Groneveld would round out the order. Here's the 2-2 pitch that is up high to Catenacci, and the count runs full. As the 3-2 pitch here swung on and grounded foul past third base. They've made Catellis start running and stop running now multiple times over the course of this at bat, which is not news, but kind of annoying when you need, when you're coming off a lower body injury. So Frady has thrown 15 pitches here in the first. Neither team has scored. Goshen's got 1 hit. Bethel's got 2. Here's Catenacci ready in the box. And another payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, and the inning is over. So Goshen goes down with only the 2-out single for any offense to speak of, and we go to the second. Bethel nothing, Goshen nothing on Go Leafs Live. Pew, Frady, and Stinson due up for Bethel as we start the top of the second inning in a scoreless tie at the John Ingold Athletic Complex, and Groneveld knocks down a ground ball to short and throws across for the first out of the inning. So back-to-back first pitch groundouts in the last two half innings have the Pilots facing one away here as Hannah Frady, the pitcher, comes to the plate. Frady from Bloomfield, Indiana, and Linton Stockton High School. Home of the Miners, but she feels pretty major as the ace in the hole for the Pilots here this season. Swing and a miss on her first pitch. Runs the count to 0-1. Yes, that was another bad play on words. Those are the only kinds of play on words I know. Frady has 11 of Bethel's wins on the season as she rips that one foul down the line. Bethel only has 15 wins on the season, and she's got 11 of them. Now, the flip side is that she's also taken the loss a few times, and by a few, I mean 17. This is her 29th start of the season in the circle. At the plate, she is a .316 hitter, but she's behind 0-2 against Pawelski as she backs out and calls time.
I was very dehydrated and very hot. She had some kind of pain and just not feeling well.
Pawelski with 4 balls and 13 strikes here as we get a swing and a flare out into center field that drops in front of Van Herty for Bethel's third hit of the ball game. But the reality is you'll take those because it's hard to move up much on a ball that lands in front of the fielders and just dies like that. Field's still pretty soft thanks to some of the wind or the rain we had earlier today. That'll bring Haley Stinson to the plate, one of 3 Pilots, it looks like, that was not in the first game lineup. Stinson from Adams Central High School over in East Central Indiana. She shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes a ball. So we have gone from a minor in our last batter to a jet in our current batter, which is, subterranean to up in the air, which matters to, like, me and no one else.
Absolutely accurate. I don't know if you can hear me on air.
2-0 the count.
Try not.
Well, if they could hear you now, they could also hear you singing on Tuesday, so would that be a positive or a negative?
That'd be fantastic. That'd be good for all of them. 2-1.
Here's the pitch on the way to Stinson. She shows bunt, drops it back to the circle. Pawelski throws over to first. Hippolito covers to get the sacrifice bunt. And Frady moves up to second as there are 2 away. And that'll bring Josie Raymer to the plate.
That's right. I was singing Grundy County off. We love on the auction block. Oh, my heart away.
Number 2, Josie.
Josie Raymer steps in for Bethel as she was in the 9-hole in game 1 and comes in, she'll take a strike here, but she comes in batting 157 on the season. A lot of times your person in the 9 holes really out there for defense more than they are for offense, and honestly that might be true for Goshen too, given that Groneveld's the shortstop, but she more than pulls her own weight on the offensive side of the ball as well. Raymer takes a ball down low. It's 1-1. We're getting into that annoying part of the night where the pitcher has a little bit of an advantage because the pitcher's in the sun and the batter's in the shade, so the ball goes from the light into the darkness before you hit it, and then actually if it crosses the plate, it crosses back into the light, which has to be slightly annoying if you're a catcher, but the list of things that are slightly annoying if you're a catcher, it's not a short list. You've got, the foul tips and the backswings and the trying not to get hit with anything. Bethel leads the Highway 20 Cup. I think it's 7.5 to 4 1/4, which is closer than it was last year, but is insurmountable this year. Part of it, the Highway 20 Cup is supposed to consist of 15 sports, 1 point per sport. Well, the soccer team's only got one of their 2 scheduled games in. So we only awarded half points in those sports. So we're only playing for 14 points instead of 15 this year. So 7.5 is insurmountable as Raymer swings and misses at strike 3. Bethel gets the 1 out single, a sacrifice bunt, and a strikeout ends the inning. We're scoreless through an inning and a half on Go Leafs Live. Pawelski, Van Herty, and Landry will come up for the Maple Leafs of Goshen College, needing a... Well, somebody's got to score. We're going to stay here till it gets dark and finish in a tie, and nobody really likes ties. They're somewhat famously like kissing your sister. I can't prove that in one way or the other. I don't have a sister, as Pawelski lines out to deep center. And that's, I think, the third straight half inning that has started with a batter putting the first pitch in play and making an out. So that'll bring Ellie Van Herty to the plate, the left fielder. One of many people on this team who's from California. She's from Santiago High School in Corona, California, and I'm guessing their Chamber of Commerce has not had a very fun last year or so, as Van Herty takes the ball up high from Frady, and the count is 1-0.
You think they saved for a second game?
And the 1-0 pitch is swung on and grounded over into the hole behind third and short. Gomez is able to pick the ball out of her glove, but not in time to get the speedy Van Herty over at first, as there's a runner on with one away for Stacy Landry to come to the plate. I think both of these teams are throwing their aces in Game 2, knowing that if they had lost Game 1, they really need Game 2 to stay alive. And
I wonder if that's common. Do they usually throw their ace in the first?
I haven't really noticed a rhyme or reason to who goes first, as the first pitch to Landry is a called strike. Stacy had one at bat in Game 1 before she was lifted as part of a defensive replacement. And so the count's 0-1 here following that strike. And here's Frady's second pitch on the way. Swung on, line back up the middle and out into center field. It is cut off by Younger. And Van Herty is up to second for what would be the go-ahead run. Where I was going, though, is with the aces pitching, you're much less likely to get the 18-17 kind of game, as Wilson, the catcher, will step in. She pinch hit in the first game and is now up here on her own in the second game. First pitch swung on and missed, strike one. There is, I believe that is correct. There's one out. Wilson with an RBI single in the opener. Took ball one up high, and now we've got somebody tried to break for third on the throwback to the pitcher, and Van Herty is out at third base. So it's ball one and out number two. Now the 1-1 pitch is on the inside corner, and it's strike two, and all of a sudden, Bethel is one strike away from getting out of this inning, which is not the way the Maple Leafs drew this up. Ready, set, the 1-2 pitch. Strike three, gets away from the catcher, and the throw to first is not actually going to happen. So it's a strikeout and a passed ball, as it'll keep the inning alive and keep Groneveld at the plate.
Number 12, Joey Groneveld.
as
Who's up next?
Groneveld steps in, swings the first pitch, fouls it back. Groneveld was 1 for 3 in the opener, as the each team left 10 runners on base, so they had their fair share of opportunities to score more runs than they did. Groneveld at 331 on the season, so she's right about that after going 1 for 3. Here's the second pitch. It's up high for ball 1.
Why was she ninth batter?
She has such a good batting average.
What?
Why was she ninth batter if she's still
I think Groneveld's probably in the 9 hole to get on base, so there's somebody on when the top of the order comes up as she swings and misses at strike 2.
Is that something that college teams do a lot?
Not super. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the most. It's not the first time I've seen it, but I can't think of another team we've played this year that's used that strategy. The 1-2 pitch on the way is up high.
In high school, we always had the worst batter.
I mean, the thing is, your number 1 batter comes up more than any other. Your number 9 batter comes up less than any other. So I get it as the order wraps up and flips over. Here's a single past Gomez out into center field, and coming in to score is Landry as the Maple Leafs take a 1-0 lead. But now, in this case, it works as Groneveld singles to bring the run in, and Goshen brings the top of its order up with 2 runners on base as time will be called and the team will huddle, the Bethel infield will huddle in the pitching circle. The nice thing about softball is the circle is actually big enough to huddle in. If you get everybody standing on the actual mound, baseball, it looks a little bit silly. Because the circle, the mound is in the dirt circle in that case, is somewhat smaller. Also, it's elevated. Also, I know there was a pitching lane painted out there when the game started, and I can't see it anymore, and I don't understand why that line doesn't get repainted for Game 2. Vega in with 2 away as she grounded out to the pitcher in Game 1. She swings and fouls the ball up above me, and I freak out. Thankfully, nobody can see that reaction. 0-1 the count. Steph, were you up here last year when we took a foul ball off the streaming camera? And no, 2 years ago, because Drew Nussbaum had to climb out the window during the game and try to fix it, pointing it back at the field. 0-2 the count. And I'm like, I know very few people that would try that, but Drew Nussbaum is definitely one of them. Drew was the RFC director and the director of facilities during his time here, as well as working with the soccer teams. As Vega swings and misses to end the second, the Maple Leafs score once on 3 hits. They leave a pair. We go to the third, 1-0. Quinn Slotman will lead off for Bethel in the top of the third. She singled to center to start the game, which is like the last time to date the leadoff batter has gotten on base, as we're playing the top of the third in game 2 of the doubleheader. Goshen leading Bethel 1-0. Barring something weird happening with Grace, one of these teams will go to the conference tournament, the other will not, and this game will go a long way to determining who it is. That was a strike, the top of the strike zone, to Slotman, who singled to center in the first inning. And her second pitch here in this at-bat is fouled off to the right side and out of play. I'm looking out from the press box up the third base line, and there's pretty much not a cloud in the sky until you get over to the eastern horizon, which makes it sound all the more ridiculous that we had a 53-minute weather delay before this game started. But, like, you can't even really tell where they put the... I mean, they rake the dirt in between games, yes, but you can't even really tell where they put the turf on the field. 0-2, the count on Slotman, as the Pilots bring the top of their order up. The last time that group came up, there were 2 hits and then 3 outs, and this time there will not start with 2 hits because Slotman just struck out swinging. So 1 out.
Number 9, Mari Younger.
And Mari Younger, the center fielder, who singled to third, comes to the plate. Pawelski has thrown 29 pitches, and 21 of them have been strikes, which is reasonably efficient. And as soon as I say that, the first pitch is a ball. That doesn't fail. Also works with free throws, for the record. 1-0 the count on Younger, left-handed batter facing right-handed hurler. That pitch is a strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-1, as this play umpire has a little bit of a pause before he calls his strikes, and it's a little bit distracting to have to stay there and look for it. But 1-1 is the count on Younger, as the pitch here is on the outside corner for strike 2. Gomez in the on-deck circle. Goshen will have 2, 3, and 4 due up in the bottom of the third inning. As, yes, Bethel's bench is making sure that we know that Mari Younger is up because they're chanting their name, and I don't know. I've always been of the opinion that maybe teams should spend more time worrying about softball and less time worrying about chanting.
Nope, it's part of the deal, Tony.
Of course you're going to disagree with me on this, but
Yeah.
you also like to just disagree with me for the sake of disagreeing.
Accurate. Accurate.
Because, for example, I'm pretty sure I've made the argument before that basketball coaches should spend more time coaching and less time worrying about the officials.
Oh my God! What's the fun in that? What's the fun in that? You're right. Come on.
My thing is, at least you don't usually get to the point of having like veins visibly popping out of your forehead.
No.
The name Tom Izzo comes to mind, though,
I'm the kindest out there.
as the 1-0 pitch is outside. But of course, with any position that involves power and decision making, there will be, let's say, differences of opinion about what the decisions that are made over the course of the game. No, there is not a trash can up here. There has not been all year, and I wish there was. So it's 2-0 on Gomez. There were 2 outs in the top of the third. The bases are empty. Pawelski about to throw her 36th pitch of the game.
That was tasty.
That was really good.
And here's the 2-0. It misses up high ball 3. So since I observed that Pawelski had been efficient in her ball and strike throwing, she's thrown 7 pitches and 4 of them have missed the strike zone. And actually, I think the one that Younger chased was outside. Here's another 3-0, and it misses up high to Gomez, so the Pilots have the tying run on base. And the first baseman, Shelby Prowse, who hit into a fielder's choice in the third, will come up with 2 away. Pretty decent-sized hole up the middle in terms of being able to turn 2. I guess there are 2 outs, so that's not relevant. You can't turn a double play with 2 outs. As the first pitch to Prowse misses outside. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I actually had the ability to control whether... If I had the ability to control the actions on the field, I would be doing something that paid better than this. The 1-0 to Prowse, misses for ball 2. And Wilson's going to go out and talk with her pitcher. Again, both of these teams back in action tomorrow. Bethel finishes its conference slate at Taylor. That's a 4 o'clock doubleheader. Goshen goes to St. Francis for a 3 o'clock doubleheader. Then there are 3 conference games on Saturday, as Bethel is off for graduation, Indiana Wesleyan is off for graduation, and who else is playing around the league on Saturday? Grace plays Marion, Huntington plays Mount Vernon Nazarene, Spring Arbor plays Taylor. And then we look at the standings and get confused. 2-0 the count on Prowse. Here's the 2-0 pitch. It catches the inside corner for a strike. Goshen will have Scheiplein, Catellis, and Catenacci due up in the bottom of the second. Or bottom of the third. Excuse me. Prowelski twists to the right, comes home with the pitch. It's swung on, lined out into center field. Chasing it to the wall is Vega. She fields it on the warning track. The throwback in is going to hold the runners at first and third. It's a loud single off the bat of Prowse as Gomez heads over to third.
Batting next, number 15, Haley Ragonisi.
Briggs Raganisi to the plate, the third baseman out of Indianapolis, struck out swinging in the first inning. In the first game, she was 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. Swings at the first pitch, hits it foul down the left field line, 0-1. Bethel only had 4 walks Bethel had 6 walks in the first game, and Raganisi had 2 of them. 0-1 the count, and here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled the other way. Off to the right and out of play. So the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Pawelski with the tying run on third is a pitch away from getting out of the inning, and she'll have to do it again as this one is fouled up over toward the golf green, and that was actually a decent approach shot. Rolled up within about 3 feet of the first cut of grass there. And the count stays 0-2. 3 straight fouls to start this at bat. Pawelski has the sign, twists to her right, comes home. This one swung on, fouled off to the left side. And once again, we will do it again. Men on the corners, 2 outs. And the 5th pitch of the at-bat on the way. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3, and the Pilots strand a pair. No runs, 1 hit, 1 walk, and 2 left on base. We go to the bottom of the third. Goshen 1, Bethel nothing on Go Leafs Live. Scheiplein at the plate for the Maple Leafs as we start the bottom of the third. Goshen with a 1-0 lead on Jolie Groneveld's RBI single in the bottom of the second. And Scheiplein takes a strike over the outside corner. And that's the count. I think it was 0-1. Second pitch of the at-bat is fouled straight back. And they're going to say that Scheiplein was out of the batter's box when she made contact, and she is retired. It goes into the scorebook as 2 unassisted, but most of you don't care about that because that's how scoring minutia always works. But when your play-by-play announcer doubles as the official scorer, you kind of have to deal with these things. That'll bring Catellas to the plate. She had Goshen's first hit of the game with a single to left center. Took a strike there on the inside corner across the letters. 0-1, the count to the Maple Leaf DP. Right-handed batter hits with a slightly open stance, which means her front foot is a little bit behind her back foot. Or she's not standing completely parallel to the side of the plate as she takes a strike there, and it's 0-2. The third pitch of the at-bat outside, and it's going to go to 1-2. Which we talked about really for the rest of the game. The shadow of the press box that you can see sticking out over home plate means that the pitch goes from light into darkness as that is swung on and popped up behind third base, and Raganisi goes back and makes a basket catch over the shoulder for the second out of the inning. And there are 2 away as Catenacci comes to the plate. The Maple Leafs are ahead 1-0, so in that sense, they can inertia themselves all they want as long as they don't give up any runs. They will continue to be in the lead, but on the other hand, insurance runs are always a good thing as Catenacci can't hold up, and it's a strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on, and in the air out to left field. Moving back is Raymer, and she makes the catch just in front of the track to end the inning. So Goshen goes down, let's see, on 8 pitches in that inning. No runs on no hits, no errors, and nothing left at the end of 3. It is Goshen 1, Bethel nothing on Go Leafs Live. Pugh takes a ball outside, and we're underway in the top of the 4th inning. Goshen 1, Bethel nothing. Pilots have the bottom of their order, while 6, 7, and 8 due up. Pugh, Frady, and Stinson. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Hit on the ground to short. Groneveld's got it on one hop and throws over for the first out of the inning. That'll bring Frady, the pitcher, to the plate. She singled in the 2nd inning, was stranded on base. Bethel's left 5 runners on over the first 3 frames, and they trail 1-0 as neither team can be eliminated today. They'll be separated by 1 game in the conference standings one way or the other, and they won't. They will have 2 games left tomorrow, and then Goshen might have a couple left on Monday as well, but you can't. So nobody can clinch or be eliminated today, but they can make their life a whole lot easier or a whole lot harder. The second pitch to Frady misses up high, ball 1-1 the count.
No, because I'm taking center ball for summer. So that'd be 9 semesters.
The count, a ball and a strike here as Frady pops this one up over in front of the dugout, and it's going to hit the grass, and it's 1-2.
Get back. So it'd be like if you redshirt, think about how you can play 5 years, right? You get 80, so you have 70.
Stinson in the on-deck circle. She'll come up. The Maple Leafs hope in one pitch's time as Frady is back in the box, and here's the 1-2. Swung on, hit in the air to left field, and that is fouled out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Both of these starters saw some action in the first game. If I pull that up, they came in out of the bullpen. Frady threw 5 pitches to get Bethel out of the 6th, down only 1, and then Pawelski threw 17 for the save. The 1-2 fouled back is 1-2.
Yeah, so I have to take this one and I take 5 credits, at least.
3 straight foul balls after starting 1-1,
Give you basketball 80 minutes.
so it's 1-2.
For 9 semesters.
I'm pretty sure. That's it.
Here's that little twist to her right, and the pitch is outside, ball 2.
That's what happened for Sophie Sears. That's what happened for
Okay.
a few athletes.
That would be
Because
really nice.
Again, Goshen with the only run of the game. That came with a couple of hits in the second inning. Nobody on here in the top of the 4th, and here's another foul ball past third base, and the count is 2-2.
Kiara will be at 9 semesters because she came in partway. She came in at the semester, but you weren't here, so you didn't know. She came in at the semester the first year, and I redshirted her. And then she's played 4 years. She'll have played 4 years since. So that'll be 9 semesters to date that she got from me.
The 2-2 misses outside. It's ball 3. So we've seen 8 pitches this at bat. This will be the 9th. Or about 1 in 7 of the pitches that Pawelski has thrown today have come here to Frady in the 4th inning. The payoff pitch swung on, grounded foul past first or third base, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I would solve a lot of problems because I was trying to fit my entire internship into the first semester, which would be working every single day. That's when we have a lot of basketball too. So that would be
Yeah, I'll find out for you this.
And we,
Eric's been really busy, so
we've had 5 of the 9 pitches in this at bat be foul balls. Here's another payoff pitch, and there is a 6th.
you mean the whole time?
yeah.
This will be the 11th pitch of the at
I
bat.
didn't know the whole time. I knew.
And again, this can end the inning, just in the sense there's only 1 out and there's nobody on base to hit into a double play. The count stays full. Here we go. Swung on, back up the middle. It's a base hit into center. Vega comes in and fields it. Throw will come into second base.
There was a lot of good candidates there.
But
She just really, she
they're 1 out, and Stinson will come to the plate.
was in the clouds.
Up to bat, number 19, Haley
Stinson sacrifice bunted in the first and the second inning. That wouldn't be the weirdest course of action here as she drops a bunt foul up the third base line. Just in terms of moving the tying run closer to scoring, and the Pilots only need 1 run to tie the game. Having said that, they're going to need a second run to make anything happen in terms of tied is not really an acceptable way to finish the game unless it gets dark. So I do question a little bit playing for 1 run, but the 0-1 pitch here is low and away for ball 1. They'll throw back to first, and Frady is in standing up. 1-1 the count, and there's 1 away in the top of the 4th. We started at 6:17, so we've played 48 minutes. We've got a little more than an hour and a half left until it gets dark, as here's a bunt down the third base line. Landry up with it and over to first, and Catenacci just about came off the base. But it was after she caught the ball, and Frady moves up to second.
Up next to bat, number 2, Josie Raymer.
That'll bring Josie Raymer up to the plate. She struck out swinging in the second inning, and that would get the Maple Leafs out of the 4th if she were to replicate it. Pawelski's thrown 62 pitches in this game, so she's at 79 for the day. And we're playing the top of the fourth. Here's the first pitch from Pawelski's. A strike on the inside corner up at the letters, 0-1. Goshen will have Pawelski, Van Herty, and Landry due up in the bottom of the fourth inning. Two of those three had hits, and Landry has scored the game's only run as the pitch leads to a swing under the pitch from Raymer, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. That's well outside for ball one. And the thing about both Pawelski and Frady is, Pawelski's a junior, Frady's a sophomore, so you've got multiple years of eligibility for both of them, including this year. The junior just has one left at the end of the 2021 season. Speaking of ends, though, Raymer swings and misses to end the inning, and the Pilots leave one after the one-out single. We're halfway home in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Goshen 1, Bethel nothing on Go Leafs Live. Into the bottom of the fourth inning, Goshen nursing a 1-0 lead over Bethel, and wouldn't they like to make it larger? Yes, I'm sure they would, but if it were easy to do, everybody would do it. So Pawelski, who's lined out to center in the second, followed by Van Herty and Landry, who both have base hits to their credit. Then Groneveld had the RBI single that scored the run. Time was called, and the pitch was thrown anyway, so it doesn't count. Now, the first actual pitch of the at-bat was not as good as the one that didn't count. It's ball one. The pitch was up high. Pawelski, the junior from Throop, Pennsylvania, and Lackawanna College, which is a 2-year institution. The 1-0 pitch. Looked high from up here. The plate umpire disagreed. It's 1-1. Pawelski making her 17th start of the season in the circle, her 21st appearance as a whole, including relief efforts. She fouls back the 1-1 pitch, and it's 1-2. And Pawelski is a .287 hitter this year. 1-2 the count, and Pawelski will take ball two up high, so the count matches her uniform number, 2-2. And here's the 2-2 pitch. That's the highest we've seen here as the count runs full. Sixth pitch of the at-bat coming up. Pawelski fouls it back to the screen as she will stay alive. And as I've said a couple of times, the Maple Leafs don't need to score in the sense that if they don't give up any runs, they can't be caught. But being able to score would give you that margin for error on the defensive side, because you do, barring the run rule, have to get 9 more outs. As Pawelski takes ball 4, low and inside. She still doesn't have a base hit, but she's on base for the first time today, and Van Herty, the left fielder, comes to the plate. She singled through the left side her last time up. That was ground ball between third and short. I think Gomez got to the ball, but wasn't able to throw her out at first base. And the first pitch to Van Herty's grounded back up the middle. Frady's going to turn and throw to second for 1, and I'm not sure why Gomez stopped and tagged the runner in addition to stepping on the base, but you can't get the same out multiple times. And there's 1 out as Pawelski is retired at second. And that'll bring Landry up to the plate with the insurance run at first base. Landry, the third baseman, singled in the second inning. She would come in to score on the Groneveld base hit. But it's Wilson in between them who awaits in the on-deck circle. 1-0 the count on Landry. She takes ball 2 inside. Count 2-0. And the 2-0 on the way to Landry. Swung on, hit in the air out to center field. Younger is moving to her right. She will make the catch for the second out of the inning. It's her right, so it's left center. But the second out brings Wilson to the plate. And let's see, in the fourth inning, if you're ahead, it could be for the final time today. Wilson, the catcher, struck out and advanced on a passed ball in the second inning. That's what I wasn't remembering in how that inning came together. As the, it reminds me I need to go back and check that earned run, but the first pitch is outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count, and the second pitch, the at-bat up high, ball 2. The 2-0 pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Wilson, 8 for 42 on the season. So, if you like math, you could do that division, but I don't know why you would. It reduces to 4 for 21, so a little bit over 200. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's a strike across the letters. Throw down to second base. I thought the tag missed the runner. The base umpire says it did not. And out at second is Van Herty to end the inning. So Wilson will lead off the bottom of the 5th as there's an out on the bases to conclude the 4th. And at the end of 4 innings, it's Goshen 1, Bethel nothing on Go Leafs Live. For the third time in 5 innings, Quinn Slotman leads off for Bethel University as the Pilots have 5 hits, but no runs to show for it, and they trail Goshen 1-0 here it's the antepenultimate game of the Crossroads League regular season
Sounds pretty chill
for the Pilots, and either the antepenultimate or the pro-pre-antepenultimate game of the season for the Maple Leafs. Third or fifth to last, depending on exactly what happens on Friday and Saturday. Pawelski comes set and home with the first pitch, and we've got a foul ball back off the bleachers as Slotman falls behind 0-1. Pawelski has thrown 66 pitches through 4 innings of work, and unless her team's bats come alive in the bottoms of the innings, we'll need to get 9 more outs to finish off the win here. 0-1 on the way to Slotman, swung on, fouled over to the right side. This will not bang off the bleachers, but now it's 0-2. Bethel has 5 hits, Goshen has 4. I don't remember any of them going for extra base hits, but I suppose we can look that up. I was right. None of them have gone for extra base hits. All of them singles. The 0-2 on the way to Slotman. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. And there is 1 away here in the top of the 5th. So Pawelski has struck out 7 in 4 1/3 innings. 1 walk, 5 hits. Frady has given up 1 run on 4 hits. It was unearned, the run was, and she struck out 3. Here's Younger coming to the plate, swings and dribbles a ball up the third base line. It's good for her that it was foul because Landry fielded it and threw her out at first, but that doesn't count.
So she struck out 7. She's gotten 7 of the 11 outs?
So, yeah, 7 of the 13 outs for Bethel have come by strikeout. Well, the best percentage I've ever seen was the North Texas pitcher a couple of weeks ago that threw a perfect game and struck out all 21 batters.
Yeah, but like what's a regular?
That was a little bit over the top. Striking out half the batters you get, striking out half your outs is pretty good. 0-2 the count as that one missed outside. Plus you could throw in that she got 3 outs in the first game, and 2 of those were strikeouts. But then you start adding fractions together, and things start getting dangerous. But there's the 8th punch out of the game for Pawelski. It's on the same corner as the last one. It's just that the batter was of the opposite handedness, so this time it was the outside corner. So she's gotten 10 punch outs in 5 2/3 innings over the course of the day. 10 strikeouts out of the 17 outs she's gotten between the 2 games. Yeah, that's pretty decent. As Gomez, the shortstop, will come to the plate. She's grounded out to short and walked in her 2 plate appearances. First pitch is up high, which is the first ball that Pawelski has thrown. She was on pace for the immaculate inning before that. 9 pitches, 9 strikes, 3 strikeouts. Doesn't happen real often. That's why it's noteworthy. The 1-0 pitch missed, but not by much inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Now a 2-0 pitch on the way. This one swung on and fouled back. Did it hit the top of the screen? I think it went over. And the count's 2-1. Goshen will have 8, 9, and 1 due up in its order in the bottom of the inning. Wilson, Groneveld, and Vega coming up. And at 1-0, it's probably a little bit early to start thinking about those strategic subs to get your seniors in or out of the lineup, because this game very important in the Crossroads League scheme of things, as the 2-1 misses outside for ball 3. So the count, like I just said, 3 balls and a strike, and the pitch on the way here is swung on, grounded over in the hole. I think it deflected off of Landry, and so when Groneveld dove for it, she overshot the ball. It's an infield single for Gomez, Bethel's 6th hit of the ball game.
Up to bat next, number 6, Shelby Sprouse.
And we're going to have a pinch runner at first base as Gomez departs. And we're going to get Gomez departing as Bethel puts in a sub for the first. the first time, as Hilty will run for Gomez. Ball 1. And the throwback to first deflects over to the second baseman. 1-0 the count on Prowse. She's hit into a fielder's choice and singled into right center. Now the 1-0 pitch catches the inside corner. It's a ball and a strike. While Pawelski has been pretty successful today, that has come at the expense of her pitch count. She's thrown now 96 pitches in almost 6 innings, as this one is swung on and flied out into right center field, and that's going to hit the ground. Scheiplein up with it around third, and coming in to score is Hilty. It's an RBI double for Prowse, and the ball game is tied. So it's 1-1 now in the top of the fifth. And Raganisi is going to step in for Bethel. She struck out swinging her first 2 times up.
Did that kid talk to you yesterday, the young one, or was she quiet?
Yeah, she was really talkative.
Oh, was she?
Raganisi in the opener was 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. First pitch from Pawelski is a strike on the inside corner, 0-1.
She seemed really comfortable. I thought she looked familiar when I seen her, and then I seen her always remember she was good. I thought her defense was good.
The 1 on the way, fouled off to the right. It snowballs and 2 strikes. Next pitch will be Pawelski's 100th for the game, combining the 2 games. And she's a strike away from getting through the 5th inning. The 0-2 on the way. Just missed the inside corner as Raganisi had to step out of the way of it. And it's ball 1, 1-2. If you're watching the game in the softball complex, first of all, why are you tuned into the video stream? But there's a segment that's stuck on the scoreboard when it's turned on, and it's in the top of the 5th, so it looks like Bethel's 1 out there is a 7, but the score is indeed 1-1. Count stays 1-2 as Raganisi's fouled off a couple of pitches. Here's the 5th pitch of the at-bat. Outside ball 2. The challenge, of course, of bringing your ace in for a couple innings in the opener is that you may get into some hot water in the nightcap as their pitch count gets up. And here is a 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, and the inning is over. So Bethel gets a run on a couple of hits in the top of the 5th. They leave a runner on second, and we go to the bottom of the 5th in a 1-1 tie. Pilots 1, Maple Leafs 1, each team looking for their 9th Crossroads League victory this season. We'll be back in a moment on Go Leafs Live. Wilson hit by the pitch, and she will take first base as we are underway in the bottom of the fifth inning. As Goshen and Bethel now tied at 1 in the bottom of the fifth, and Groneveld up into the box is 1 for 1 with a single through the hole at short, her first time up. She twists out of the way of the first pitch. That one missed inside, but now the paradigm a little bit different here in the fifth because Bethel has scored. And though the Maple Leafs have the go-ahead run on base, they're going to need to score again to take the lead. Here's a ground ball back up the middle. It's stopped on one hop by Slotman. They throw to second for one and back to first. And I thought Groneveld beat the throw, but the base umpire didn't. And she is retired for the second out of the inning.
No.
And with that, we will have we're gonna have a pinch hitter.
Yeah, right.
That's what we have. Okay, it's just a sub. I thought it was going to be a conversation about the ground ball double play as Bachtel comes up for the Maple Leafs.
It's a little more fireworks on our bench.
KP is too though.
True, you're right. But in general, softball's not as wide.
Bachtel into the batter's box. She came off the bench as a pinch hitter and made an out in the first game, and here she is in game 2 taking ball 1 up high. And I forget that we're later in the evening than we often are, so it's we're later in the evening than we often are, so I'm getting Cubs updates because that game has started. Now the 1-0 taken across the letters for a strike by Bachtel, and it's a ball and a strike. As unless Goshen scores 8 runs before it makes the next out, we'll proceed to the 6th inning, and Bethel will have Pugh, Frady, and Stinson due up. Bachtel swings and pops this one up on the infield. It's taken behind the bag by Gomez, and the inning is over. So Goshen gets the leadoff hit batter and does not score in the 5th. Nobody left on base, and we head to the 6th in a 1-1 tie on Go Leafs Live. Pugh, Frady, and Stinson due up for Bethel here in the top half of inning number 6 as the Pilots got a run in the 5th, and now they're tied with Goshen here in the one of the final Crossroads League games of the season for both of these two teams. Again, Bethel at Taylor tomorrow, Goshen at St. Francis. Then stuff continues over the weekend as Pugh has grounded out short a couple of times. She stands in 0 for 2 here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Takes a strike on the inside corner, and it's 0-1.
But Zoe's more center in the bunch, right?
Like Tony's position.
But that's one.
Pugh 2 for 4 in the opener. Both of them singles, so 2 for 6 on the day. She swings the 0-1 pitch, fouls it over. It's going to hit the bottom of the tarp cylinder, but you've got to get some air under that ball to get it up in the tarp cylinder, which I still haven't seen. 0-2 the count.
You already have people you're working on, or
So the transfer season is crazy because there's just so many things happening. There's a lot of transfers, but like
Now the 0-2 pitch, swung on, fouled straight back.
we're
If you're worried about sunset, we've got a little more than an hour to get the next 2 innings in, but perhaps more importantly, to break the tie. And because there's not really time for these two teams to come back and finish a game, if it's called while it's tied, we'd probably have to leave it standing as a tie. That would help the Maple Leaf. It would not break the tie between these two teams. It goes in as half a win and half a loss. But in that case, it would give the Maple Leafs the head-to-head tiebreaker, because they'd have 2 wins, a loss, and a tie in the head-to-head series between the teams. Here's the 1-2 on the way to Pugh. Swung on, hit in the air to the left side. Coming in, and dropping the ball is Ellie Van Herty. So there's a runner on first, and nobody out here in the top of the 6th, and we're going to get another pinch runner for the Pilots. So they're going to get Shaylin Mulder, the freshman from Hudsonville, Michigan, in for Pugh to run the bases here. She's the go-ahead run in the top of the 6th. Frady's 2 for 2. She's singled to left and singled up the middle, and the Maple Leafs are going to be in some trouble if they get another base hit here. Instead, there's a bunt back up the first base line, and Wilson throws out the base runner at first, and we've got a runner on second with 1 away in the top of the 6th. So Mulder moves over to second. Stinson, the right fielder, comes to the plate. She has a couple of sacrifice bunts today. They could do that today to get could do that here as well to get the go-ahead run over to third, but then they'd have very little room for error in terms of having to get them in on the next batter, and Raymer is in the 9 hole. Raymer, incidentally, is out there to bat for herself, despite, I think, having the lowest batting average of anybody in the Pilot lineup. Here's the 0-1 pitch coming from Pawelski. Swung on and missed, strike 2. As the Maple Leaf defense does some wheeling around where Hippolito goes over and covers the base, even though it's a left-handed batter, because Groneveld has to cover third with Landry charging on the bunt. 0-2 the count. Here's a pitch off the outside corner. Oh, that looked good from up here. It's ball 1. One out, top of the 6th, and a 1-1 tie, and that's on the outside corner, the 9th strikeout of the day for Pawelski. Actually the 11th, but the 9th strikeout of this game. And that's going to bring a pinch hitter to the plate as Raymer leaves the game. And we're going to get Karis Brewer to pinch hit here in the top of the 6th.
Batting next, number 11, Karis Brewer.
Brewer, I believe, caught most of the first. Yeah, she caught the first game. She was 0 for 4. Didn't put the ball in play all 4 times, though. With 2 outs, probably needs to it would be very hard to score Mulder with Brewer making some sort of out. I suppose it's possible. You get like a single and thrown out going to second or something. But that would still involve some sort of positive offensive play, as the first pitch is on the outside corner for strike 1. Brewer is back in the box. And Brewer, a 262 hitter on the year. The 0-1 swung on and missed for strike 2. Pawelski 2 pitches away from 100 in this game, also threw 17 in the opener. She's got her left toe up against the rubber, right foot with her heel on the slab, twists to her right, comes home with the 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3, and the inning is over. So Bethel gets a leadoff runner on a fielding error in left field, but they accomplish nothing else on offense in the inning. 4 up, 3 down. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Pilots 1, Maple Leafs 1. Go Leafs Live. Espinoza will bat for Scheipline as the Goshen College Maple Leafs come to the plate in a tie game in in the bottom of the sixth in Game 2. It's Espinoza coming off the bench here, a little bit more power than the slapper Scheipline, also right-handed as opposed to left-handed. Frady misses upstairs with the pitch, and we are underway in the bottom of the sixth. In Game 1, Espinoza started and was 0 for 2 with an RBI. She takes a ball outside there, and it's 2-0. The third pitch of the at-bat misses inside as she twists out of the way. I think it's 3-0, but we haven't seen a signal from the plate umpire. There we go. Now that we have guessed, he puts the count up, and we're right. The fourth pitch on the way to Espinoza. That's a strike over the inside half. Tie ball game, bottom of the sixth. So the batter right now, or the lead runner, is going to be the go-ahead run until Goshen scores. And it's just the sixth, not the seventh, so it's not the winning run yet. Espinoza swings, pops this one up on the infield. Moving to her left is Gomez to take it in the infield. There's one away, and Catellis will come to the plate. Bottom of the sixth was when Goshen scored in the second game. They put up 4 runs after starting the inning with 2 outs. Catellis stands in here, takes a strike across the letters. It's no balls and 1 strike. After Catellis, it'll be Catenacci, then Pawelski if the inning continues. The inning's got to at least. Pawelski will have to bat sometime in this game. The simplest way would be, if there was a home run of some sort, that we'd still have to finish this inning. And here's the 1-1. This is a strike over the inside corner, and Catellis behind a ball and 2 strikes. Ree 1 for 2 in Game 2 today. She was 2 for 3 in the opener, but they have all been singles. Now the 1-2 swung on and flied out into center field. Backing up, and that ball is gone. It's the 4th homer of the week for Rihanna Catellis, and it puts Goshen up 2-1 here in the bottom of the 6th. Hard to be more timely than a home run on your senior day in what might be your final at bat at the Goshen College softball complex. That'll bring Catenacci to the plate. So as I was saying, Catenacci and Pawelski have to come up here because at the very least we have to get through the 6th, even if Goshen sets Bethel down in order in the 7th. Catenacci back in the box. She struck out swinging and flying to left. Also, she homered in the first game. Slotman also started us with a homer as the first pitch missed outside for ball 1. Right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher, and a foul ball is back off the screen, and it's a 1-1. Bethel has the top of its order due up in the 7th. So Slotman, Younger, and Gomez will come to the plate facing probably Pawelski. 1 to tie, 2 to take the lead, barring some activity here in the bottom of the 6th. The 1-1 to Catenacci swung on, grounded foul past third, and it's 1-2. Again, this is the only game going in the conference today, so Goshen's trying to win and go 9-23. Bethel's trying to win and go 9-25. 1-2 the count to the first baseman. Pitcher in the on-deck circle. Here's the 1-2. Strike 3 called across the letters, and Catenacci is retired. Looked high from up here, but I'm not wearing an umpire's uniform, and that's probably a good thing for a variety of reasons. Pawelski, the pitcher, into the batter's box, or what is left of the batter's box. It was chalked before we started today, and now there's not much of it left as Pawelski sort of chops at it, pops it up over to third, and Raganisi makes the catch to end the inning. So the only offense Goshen gets is the 1-out hit from Catellis, but it's the biggest kind of hit there is as the senior puts the Maple Leafs out in front, 2-1. We'll go to the 7th and be back in just a moment with another exciting U.S. Highway 20 Cup finish. 2-1 Goshen after 6 on Go Leafs Live. Here we go from the top of the 7th. It's Slotman, Younger, and Gomez due up for Bethel. 1 run on 7 hits, no errors, 8 left on base for the Pilots. For Goshen, 2 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, and 3 left on base. And the Pilots have 3 outs to get a run on the scoreboard, or they are headed home as the victims of a doubleheader sweep today at the Ingold Athletic Complex. Pawelski comes home on the first pitch. Slotman pops it up behind the plate. Wilson back toward the screen, makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out. That'll bring Younger up to the plate, who is Bethel's best hitter by average. She's 1 for 3 in the first game, or 1 for 3 in the second game. She was 3 for 4 in the first game. That would be 4 for 7, which is only helping the 450-something mark. Pawelski does the little twist to her right, comes home with the first pitch, missed up and outside, ball 1. Younger, the left-handed batter, faces the right-handed Pawelski, and the 1-0 pitch is over the outside corner, strike 1. Pawelski has struck out, if memory serves, 11. The 1-1, Pawelski had to adjust something. Now she comes home with the pitch, gets the strike on the outside corner, 1-2. A strike away from her 12th punch-out. Shadows getting longer. Had a 53-minute delay before we started game 1. Here's a pop-up over to the third base side. Wilson underneath it, and she makes the catch for the second out. A couple of foul outs to the catcher have the Pilots down to their final out. Gomez 1 for 2, grounded out to short in the first inning, walked in the third, singled to third in the fifth. In the 3-hole, she's probably got some pop. I guess we can look that up. But the reality is you need the base runner as much as you need the run. First pitch to Gomez. Strike on the inside corner. Gomez, 5 homers, 9 doubles, and a triple this year. Behind in the count, no balls and a strike. 2 for 2 with a walk and a run scored here in the first game. Takes a strike over the inside corner. Pawelski, 106 pitches. Count 0-2. Outfield doesn't want to let anything by him. And the 0-2 on the way. Did she go? They're going to check with the base umpire. Strike 3, she went. It's a half swing and a full strike. Mia Pawelski strikes out her 12th batter of the ball game, and Goshen tops Bethel 2-1 in the U.S. Highway 20 Cup. So Goshen jumps in front. They are 9-23 in conference play. Bethel falls to 8-26. And we'll be back with the final totals after this. Goshen 2, Bethel 1 on Go Leafs Live. some final totals for Game 2 from the Goshen College softball complex. For the victorious Maple Leafs, 2 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, and I'm trying to find and 3 left on base. For Bethel University, 1 run on 7 hits, no errors, and 8 left on base. The Mia Pawelski, the winning pitcher, 10-8 on the season. She throws a complete game on 107 pitches, struck out 14 batters on the day, 12 of them in Game 2. Gave up 1 run on 7 hits, also walked a batter. And like I said, struck out 12. That'll solve a lot of your problems. Hannah Frady, the loser, is 11-18. 1 run on 5 hits and 4 strikeouts in 6 innings. She also gets the complete game because we didn't need the bottom of the 7th with Goshen in front. Rika Tellis' solo shot in the bottom of the 6th is the difference as Goshen tops Bethel 2-1 the final score. So Goshen has a 9-8 lead in conference victories on the season. They close the U.S. Highway 20 Cup to 7.5 to 4.5. Both of these teams are back in action tomorrow as Goshen holds the 8th spot in the Crossroads League. They will take that down to St. Francis, which is the 7 seed, so USF technically favored, but GC definitely thinks it can win. And meanwhile, Bethel goes to Taylor, which is 4th in the conference, but Guda Kunstfield and Upland never an easy place to win, as the Pilots will wrap up their conference season tomorrow at Taylor. From a very logical mathematical standpoint, Bethel needs at least 1 win to stay alive because Goshen is going to finish the season with at least 9 wins. And tune in to GoLeafs.net, and we will keep you apprised of the situation all throughout the weekend. Several conference games going on Saturday after the full slate tomorrow, and the season ending on Monday if needed after some makeup games. For our entire Go Leafs Live crew, this is Tony Miller saying thanks for tuning in. The Maple Leafs top the Pilots. They take the lead in the season series 3-1. They get half a point in the U.S. Highway 20 Cup, and they keep their playoff hopes alive. They do themselves a solid, as we say, heading into the weekend. So for all of us here at the Goshen College Athletic Department, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for listening. So long. Have a great night, and don't run with scissors.